the boy who got sad. Why Stan's life actually hurts to watch. In this video, we're going to follow one of South Park's quietest and darkest stories. On the surface, Stan Marsh is the normal one, the grounded kid in a town full of chaos, aliens, and musical numbers about bodily functions. Underneath that, across decades of episodes, the show is slowly building something else. A long, uncomfortable portrait of a boy who gets sad and never really comes back from it. The story begins with Stan as the everyman fourth grader. Early on, he is the kid who still believes that adults, at least in theory, know what they are doing. His family is messy, Randy is ridiculous, Sharon is exhausted, Shelley is violent in that older sibling way, but there is still a sense of safety. The comedy is loud, the animation is simple, and Stan is the steady center who reacts, who questions, who cares when animals are hurt, or when the town loses its mind. Long before season 15 turns his life into an explicit case study in depression, the show is already testing how much this kid can absorb. By the time Stan turns 10, he has watched animals tortured for sport, seen a whale launched to the moon, and stood through more funerals than most adults. The animation is bright, the music is cheerful, and yet the emotional weight keeps creeping in around the edges. It gives you a sense of a child quietly cataloguing horrors while everyone else treats them as punchlines. So the central question for this video is simple. How does this regular fourth grader, the moral center of the boys, become a deeply depressed adult who cannot stand his hometown, his family, or even himself? When does the grounded kid who saves whales become the person drinking alone in a dark room while everything around him sounds like static and shit noises? We're going to move through that transformation in a calm, chronological way. From early childhood innocence and those first traumas, to the slow disillusionment with every adult institution in town. From the Wendy breakup and the loneliness that follows, to season 15's You're Getting Old and Asperger's, where the sound design itself turns his inner life into a kind of low-budget art film about burnout. Then onward into the pandemic specials and the future timelines, where adult Stan is still trying to outrun South Park and the Marsh family name. In this project, the pacing will be steady and reflective, almost like South Park's entire Stan timeline to fall asleep to. And no shouting, no rapid-fire jokes, just a linear walkthrough of his life, showing how throwaway gags, one-off episodes, and big serialized arcs all stack together into a long-term portrait of depression. The comedy never disappears. It just keeps rubbing up against something increasingly tragic. By the end, we will see Stan differently, not only as one of the main characters, but as a long-running case study in growing up, burning out, and trying to stay moral in a world that keeps failing its kids. And the first surprise is that his depression does not begin with "you're getting old" at all. To understand how far he falls, we have to go back to when he was just a kid who still believed adults knew what they were doing. Meet Stan Marsh, the everyman kid in an insane town. To see where Stan ends up, we have to sit with who he is at the beginning. In the early seasons, the story begins with him as the closest thing South Park has to a normal kid, standing in the middle of an insane town and quietly trying to make sense of it. The comedy around him is loud and chaotic, but Stan himself is calm, observant, and more empathetic than almost anyone else on screen. Long before the show leans into his depression, Stan is already the one who reacts the way many in the audience would. When aliens abduct cows, when a giant robot Barbara Streisand attacks the town, When adults stampede from one moral panic to the next, he is usually the first to say, "This is messed up." The animation is crude, the plots are outrageous, but his responses are grounded. That contrast gives you a sense of why he quietly becomes the emotional anchor among the boys. Placed next to his friends, his role becomes even clearer. Cartman is cruelty and ego, a walking stress test for human decency. Kyle is anger and idealism, always ready to argue about what should be right. Kenny is poverty and expendability, dying over and over as if the universe is running a low-budget slapstick experiment. Stan, though, is the relatively stable one. He lives in a modest suburban house, has two parents who at least pretend to function, and moves through the world with fewer gimmicks and more straightforward concern. In those first years, the show repeatedly uses Stan as the vessel for moral reflection. At the end of an episode, when the chaos settles, he is the one who turns to the camera and delivers the "I learned something today" speech. The language is simple. The realizations are often a little too neat, but that is the point. He believes that if they just talk honestly, if they admit what went wrong, problems can be solved. How many kids' shows were doing that with nothing more than a foul-mouthed fourth grader and cardboard-looking backgrounds? His everyday life is built from familiar, almost gentle details. He plays sports, especially football and baseball. He spends afternoons with video games and hanging out with the other kids. He has his dog, Sparky, who becomes the center of one of his first big emotional dilemmas, and he has a nervous, idealized crush on Wendy Testerberger that drives several short, awkward stories. All of this keeps him recognizably human, even while the town spirals around him. At the same time, Stan is often the one who feels events the most. He cries when animals are hurt, he worries when adults make terrible decisions, and he is frequently the first to be frightened when the situation turns violent. That sensitivity makes him compelling, but it also means that, episode by episode, he absorbs more of the emotional weight than his friends. Being the moral center sounds noble. In practice, it is exhausting. How long can one kid keep processing an entire town's nonsense? In this video, we're going to follow how that weight slowly builds. For now, everything still plays as a cartoon, with reset buttons and tidy speeches. Yet buried in those early seasons is a quiet tension. Stan takes the world seriously, even when the world refuses to take itself seriously back. Those are the seeds of his eventual burnout, and they are already in place long before the word depression ever enters the conversation. And the Marsh household. Growing up with Randy, Sharon, and Shelley, that tension becomes easier to see once we step inside the Marsh house. On paper, Stan grows up in the most ordinary family in South Park. A dad, a mum, an older sister, a small house on a quiet street. In practice, the story begins in a living room that feels unstable, embarrassing, and strangely lonely, even when it is full of noise. Randy is the clearest source of that noise. From the early seasons, he is the impulsive, attention-seeking dad who turns every minor event into a full-scale spectacle. When there is a local crisis, he is on the front lines, drunk on purpose. When there is a trend, he is already in costume. The baseball fights, the biggest crap contest, and the obsession with becoming a famous geologist or a pop star all give you a sense of how quickly he hijacks the narrative. Even when Stan is the one in pain, Randy's instinct is to perform. We see a pattern form. Randy overreacts, chases the newest fad, and drags the family into public humiliations that the kids would later recall as defining memories. He is arrested at games while Stan watches. He becomes Lord with nothing more than a computer and some auto-tune, turning Stan's embarrassment into a running joke. The adults in the room are meant to be the anchors. Instead, Stan's father behaves more childishly than the kids. Sharon, by contrast, is usually the voice of reason. Long before Stan's depression is named, she is the one saying what the audience is thinking, pointing out how absurd Randy's behavior has become. But the show also lets us see how exhausted she is. She works, she manages the household, she cleans up Randy's messes, and there are long stretches where her main mode is weary resignation. For a child, that means the reasonable parent is present, but not always emotionally available. There is no consistently stable adult who can sit with Stan's fears and stay focused on him. Then there is Shelley, the older sister, who turns the home into another battleground. She yells, she insults, she beats him up, and the running gag is that her aggression is just part of everyday life. The house is not a sanctuary from schoolyard stress. It is an extension of it. When the safest room in the story still contains flying fists and shouted threats, where is Stan supposed to fully exhale? Across these early seasons, the comedy depends on escalation. Randy's antics get bigger, the family arguments get louder, and the consequences reset by the next episode. But from Stan's perspective, every funny disaster is also a lesson. The adults are unreliable, their moods are volatile, and his feelings rank below whatever new drama has captured their attention. When he is scared, they are distracted. When he is humiliated, they are the ones who put him on stage. In this video, we're going to connect that to real-world depression risk. Growing up in a home where a parent's chaos always comes first slowly erodes a child's sense of safety. If the people who created the household cannot offer steady comfort, how does a kid learn to trust that comfort exists at all? As the town's insanity escalates, Stan will keep looking to adults, teachers, doctors, leaders for something better. Or what happens when every door he knocks on leads to more of the same dysfunction? Stan and the boys, friendship, belonging, and early cracks. When every door to a reliable adult keeps closing, the story begins to shift toward the only place Stan can still go for connection: the bus stop, the schoolyard, and those three other kids who somehow keep standing next to him at the end of the world. In this video, we're going to sit with that core group for a moment, because their friendship is both Stan's safety net and the first place we see the threads start to fray. Long before the show leans into serialized specials and midlife crises, the dynamic among the boys is already clear. Stan and Kyle function as the moral duo, the kids who usually arrive at some version of "Dude, this is wrong" before the credits roll. Cartman is the chaotic antagonist, drifting from petty bullying into open villainy with nothing more than a half-baked scheme and a total absence of shame. Kenny is the hooded wildcard, often silent, often dead, the one the town keeps losing and then quietly resets. The animation is simple, but the emotional roles are precise. For Stan, this group becomes a kind of makeshift support system. He spends more meaningful time walking to school with Kyle, arguing with Cartman, and listening to Kenny's muffled comments than he does with any adult who actually hears him. When the town panics about aliens, or when a celebrity parody rolls through South Park with a new scandal, the kids are the ones who investigate, improvise, and somehow save the day. The adults create the crisis, the children clean it up, and those early adventures bond them in ways that feel almost heroic. They confront visitation from visitors, get pulled into school drama, and stumble into small-town emergencies that would later recall the scale of the feature film and the Paramount Plus specials. The comedy is broad, but it gives you a sense of four kids learning that the world is absurd and dangerous, and that the only stable thing is the friend standing next to them when the dust settles. Even then, though, Stan is usually the first one to flinch. He feels morally uncomfortable before anyone else does, questioning cruelty, exploitation, and hypocrisy, while Cartman is still amused and Kyle is still arguing on principle. When Cartman's plans cross a line into genuine harm, we often see Stan hang back, look away, or say what everyone else is trying not to admit. How many times can a child be the conscience of the room without getting tired? There are quiet moments of isolation built into that pattern. When Cartman's schemes go too far, the group often splits, and Stan can end up emotionally stranded between Kyle's intellectual battles and Kenny's resigned acceptance. Kyle disappears into his own fights, against Cartman, against institutions, against whatever new injustice the episode has pulled in. And Stan is left holding the unspoken question of how this actually feels. Kenny's repeated deaths deepen that unease. The gag structure is simple. Kenny dies, the others shout, the episode moves on. But for Stan, this is normalized loss and violence, a constant rehearsal for grief that never fully resolves. We will come back to that when his depression surfaces more explicitly. As the boys grow older and their interests begin to diverge, this fragile sense of belonging will start to fracture. The same sensitivity and conscience that makes Stan the moral center will begin to clash with the group's appetite for chaos, and the kid, who once found comfort at the bus stop, will start to wonder whether he still belongs there at all. First wounds, animal cruelty, Sparky, and the cost of caring. As that sense of belonging starts to wobble, the story begins to focus on something that makes Stan different from the other kids in an even quieter way, the way he connects to animals. Long before the show gives us explicit talk of depression, it gives us a boy whose first real wounds come from caring about creatures that everyone around him treats as props, punchlines, or background noise. We see this most clearly with Sparky, his dog. In early episodes, Sparky is framed as a joke about a gay dog, with the town's adults turning the whole thing into a crude running gag. The comedy is broad, but underneath it, Stan is doing something very simple and very earnest. He wants his dog to be safe, understood, and loved. The animation is basic, the staging is small, but it gives you a sense of how alone he already is in taking that feeling seriously. From there, the show keeps putting him into animal stories that escalate the moral pressure. In the hunting episodes, for instance, Stan is pushed into killing animals under Randy's "it's coming right for us" logic. The premise is absurd, and the comedy leans on how flimsy the justification is. Yet Stan's reaction is not played as absurd at all. He is shaken, guilty, asked and disturbed that the adults he trusts are using fake danger to excuse real harm. How many times can a kid be told that this is normal before something in him starts to shut down? We're going to see this pattern repeat with the whale on the moon, with science projects gone wrong, and with casual animal abuse treated as background chaos. Stan is the one who vomits, who cries, who tries to stop it. The other boys might be confused or briefly upset, but they usually move back to the joke. Stan lingers. The camera often holds on him just a little longer, as if the show itself would later recall that this is the child who actually absorbed what he saw. Crucially, even when there is a resolution, the emotional cost is left hanging. Sparky finds a place. The whale reaches the moon. The crisis is technically solved, and then the next week, begins with nothing more than a new adventure. No one asks whether Stan slept that night. No one wonders whether the images stuck. The structure of the series becomes part of the problem. The town resets, but Stan does not. Over time, this teaches him something corrosive about the world. He learns that most people are more comfortable laughing at suffering than confronting it, and that speaking up means being mocked, ignored, or treated as the joke. Repeated exposure to pain he cannot stop, especially when his attempts to care are punished, lays the groundwork for the depressive thinking we see later. If even innocent animals are not safe, what hope is there for anyone else? And as we move forward, those questions will not stay confined to animals, and the same kid who could not handle a hunting trip is about to face human violence and death on a much larger scale. And the cracks in his worldview will widen into something much darker. Violence, death, and the whale on the moon. Trauma played as comedy. When we move from hunting trips to human violence, the tone of Stan's world shifts again, and it does so through one of the strangest stories the series ever created. The story begins with a beached whale at the local aquarium, and with Stan doing something very simple. He wants to help. He believes the staff when they say the whale is begging to go to the moon. And, as always, he takes an emotional plea at face value. In this video, we're going to see how that innocent impulse gets twisted. The prank by the aquarium workers is low effort, even by low-budget student project standards, with nothing more than a fake whale language machine and some deadpan delivery. But Stan and the other kids accept it. They sneak the whale out, haul it to the fairgrounds, and then, astonishingly, end up pulling NASA into the plan. What begins as a childish rescue mission escalates into a full space program built around one animal that never asked for any of this. As the episode moves forward, Stan's emotional arc tightens. At first, he is excited, then confused when adults push back, then increasingly anxious as the rocket launch becomes real. There is a point where he realizes that events have slipped out of his control, that the project has become larger and colder than his original intention. And when the rocket finally goes up and the last image cuts to that whale lying dead on the moon's surface, silent and alone, the comedy turns into something else entirely. That single shot gives you a sense of concentrated trauma. Stan has learned that trying to do the right thing can still end in senseless, irreversible loss. No one is punished, no lesson is clearly stated, and the town moves on. For them, it is just another bizarre incident. For Stan, it is another crack in the idea that kindness guarantees a good outcome. How many times can a kid watch that pattern repeat before the world starts to feel hostile? Long before his formal depression arc, the series keeps placing Stan in front of death. Kenny dies over and over. Disasters level the town. Catastrophes arrive with clockwork regularity. The adults shrug, the kids reset, and the story continues. But Stan is often the one who looks shaken, who asks why things have to be this way, who stares a little longer at the bodies and the wreckage. We can see it in his horror during Woodland Critter Christmas, in his disgust at school shootings later on, in his refusal to just laugh off brutality as background noise. Repeated exposure to death, especially when no one around takes it seriously, can make everything feel meaningless. Each time the town treats tragedy as a gag, Stan's sense of safety erodes. No single moment breaks him, but the whale on the moon, the endless Kenny deaths, the casual massacres all pile up as cumulative trauma. By the time he reaches his teenage years, these early fractures in his worldview will not stay hidden beneath the surface, and the next shift in his life will make those cracks impossible to ignore. Losing faith in adults. When every authority figure fails, when those cracks in Stan's worldview stop hiding, the next thing he notices is who keeps widening them. It is not monsters or aliens, it is adults. In this video, we're going to watch his faith in every authority figure around him quietly fall apart. Long before Stan is a depressed preteen hearing everything as noise, the story begins at his kitchen table. Randy and Sharon are supposed to be the stable frame around the chaos of South Park. Instead, Randy drinks too much, chases every fad, and turns minor inconveniences into public meltdowns. The baseball dad in The Losing Edge, the drunk chef in Bloody Mary, the obsessive activist in Smug Alert. They are all the same man, and Stan is always the kid standing there, forced to apologize for him. At school, the pattern repeats. Mr. Garrison cycles from incompetent teacher to unhinged politician, and the other staff are not much better. When Stan and the boys face real problems, the adults give them assemblies, slogans, or outright denial. The animation is crude. The lessons are even cruder. And everything about it gives you a sense of kids trapped in a system that was created for order, but mostly delivers chaos. Over time, we see specific moments where Stan reaches out and the supposed grown-ups fail him. When he tries to understand faith healers, cults, or medical scares, doctors and experts breeze in with confidence and leave more damage behind. Police treat cases as excuses for power trips. Town leaders hold emergency meetings that escalate every crisis. How many times can a 10-year-old watch the mayor panic, the cops shoot first, and the parents riot before he stops expecting help? Each episode becomes another short lesson. Adults are in charge, but they are not in control. They insist they know best while clearly having no idea what they are doing. When Stan asks for guidance, he is ignored, dismissed, or quietly used as a prop in their arguments. The safety net is there in theory, but in practice it is made of paper. Because someone has to make sense eventually, Stan drifts into the role the show gives him early on, the moral center. Instead of leaning on adults, he is the one delivering the final speech, explaining to rooms full of grown-ups what they should have learned. It is funny as comedy, especially when the town nods along as if this is perfectly normal. It is exhausting as a life. Psychologically, that reversal, child as caretaker of adult chaos, is heavy. When a kid repeatedly becomes the calm explainer in a world of yelling parents, that kid learns to expect disappointment. Anxiety grows from waiting for the next mess. Depression grows from believing it will never change. As the seasons move forward, Stan's disappointment hardens into a broader belief that institutions themselves are broken. Schools, churches, government, even science and medicine all blur into the same unreliable noise. So when love, heartbreak, and questions about who he is arrive, what happens to a kid who already assumes that nobody older or wiser is coming to help? Stan and Wendy, first love, idealism, the seeds of heartbreak. When we move from Stan's crumbling faith in adults to his first real relationship, the story begins to feel more intimate. Institutions have already failed him. Now we're going to see what happens when hope gets concentrated into one person instead of a whole system. Long before the show leans fully into his depression, Wendy Testerberger is established as more than a running gag. She is smart, politically engaged, and surprisingly serious for an elementary school kid, and that gives you a sense of why Stan is drawn to her. In a town where adults chase every fad and the kids get dragged through increasingly absurd crises, Wendy represents a rare combination. Someone his own age who cares about right and wrong and can actually articulate it. In early seasons, their dynamic is framed as simple comedy. Stan sees Wendy in the hallway and immediately throws up. A short, disgusting punchline that the animators deliver with nothing more than a few frames of recycled splatter. He stammers through sentences, overthinks every interaction, and tries to impress her with grand gestures that never quite land. The animation is crude. The emotions underneath are not, because beneath the vomiting joke, Wendy quietly becomes one of Stan's first emotional anchors. She is not just a crush. She is someone he admires and wants to be good enough for in a world that increasingly feels chaotic and unfair. When the adults are useless and the town is on fire over the latest controversy, she is the person who seems to have a plan, or at least a coherent argument, that matters to a kid who is already acting as the moral center of his friend group. We see this most clearly when they work together on causes and school issues. Whether it is a student election, a protest, or a project where they argue about censorship and responsibility, Wendy is often on the same side as Stan, pushing for something marginally sane in an insane environment. Those episodes give you a sense of how he starts to see her as part of his moral and emotional team. They are not just classmates. They are partners in trying to make sense of South Park. Their relationship also gives Stan a new, fragile sense of identity. He is no longer only the everyman kid surrounded by louder personalities. He is Wendy's boyfriend. That label means he matters to someone in a specific way, and for a child who already doubts that institutions can protect him, being important to one person becomes its own protective story. Even in these early years, though, there are small hints of friction. Wendy can be more focused on causes than on Stan's feelings, and her level of maturity shifts faster than his. Sometimes she treats a school issue with near-adult seriousness, while he is still trying to balance friendship drama and basic fun. The differences in how they prioritize activism, romance, and play create tiny cracks that the series plays as minor misunderstandings. Are they just kids figuring things out, or are we watching the first fault lines of something deeper? In this video, those moments read as early warning signs. For someone as emotionally invested as Stan, romantic attachment is never casual. It becomes another place where he stores his hope that things can be okay. So when this relationship eventually begins to fracture, it will not register as a simple schoolyard breakup. It will feel, to him, like another pillar of his already unstable world collapsing, setting the stage for the darker, more explicit portrait of depression that comes next. Growing up hurts. Subtle shifts in Stan's mood and humor. So when that pillar with Wendy begins to wobble, the shift in Stan does not happen in one dramatic moment. It creeps in around the edges. As South Park's writing matures through the mid to late 2000s, the kids are pulled into stories about addiction, politics, technology, and identity, and Stan is quietly placed at the center of many of them. The story begins to treat him less as a wide-eyed observer and more as the kid who has already seen too much for his age. In early seasons, Stan's jokes tend to be simple reactions. He is confused, grossed out, occasionally outraged, and then the credits roll. Long before season 15, though, his humor starts to flatten into something more sarcastic and weary. In Bloody Mary, when Randy's alcoholism becomes a town spectacle, Stan's comments to his father are not just moral lessons. They sound tired, as if he has already had this conversation 100 times. The animation is cleaner, the satire sharper, and his voice carries that same sharpened edge. We see this again in episodes that deal with media and technology. In Good Times with Weapons, the kids treat anime powers as serious business, but Stan's frustration with the adults' obliviousness feels heavier than a simple playground joke. In Guitar Queero, when the town obsesses over a plastic guitar, his reactions are less, "Wow," and "this is crazy," and more, "Why is everyone like this?" It gives you a sense of a child whose patience is wearing down, one absurd crisis at a time. By the later preseason 15 years, there are more moments where Stan seems tired rather than merely shocked. In Go God Go, the time-traveling atheism arc, his exasperation with endless ideological fights sounds almost resigned. In Overlogging, when the internet disappears and the town treats it as an apocalypse, Stan's commentary lands as a kid already disillusioned with adult priorities. The comedy is still broad, but his tone suggests he no longer expects the grown-ups to learn anything. That loss of faith shows up in his relationships. There are more sharp arguments with Kyle, often about Cartman or politics, where we can feel Stan's tolerance thinning. He stands further from Cartman's schemes, not impressed, just exhausted. Even his interactions with the town as a whole become clipped, with less awe and more quiet contempt. We are watching emotional distance being created with nothing more than a sarcastic line or a disappointed look. In this video, we're going to keep connecting these small shifts to real adolescence. Around this age, kids begin to see the cracks in their families, their communities, and their systems. That awareness can be empowering, but it can also be deeply depressing. Stan is learning that the people in charge are inconsistent, often selfish, and rarely changed by his earnest speeches. He still calls out hypocrisy, but there is less and less evidence that he believes it will matter. The show does not label any of this as depression yet. There is no diagnosis and no explicit speech about mental health. Instead, the groundwork is laid through repetition, disappointment after disappointment, faith eroding scene by scene, until Stan starts to expect that things will go wrong. The question becomes, what happens when that quiet expectation finally overwhelms him? The answer arrives in one of South Park's most famous tonal breaks, when the world around Stan does not just feel wrong anymore, it starts to sound wrong too. The Wendy breakup, rejection, isolation, and losing his anchor. When we reach the Wendy breakup, the story begins to feel less like a running gag and more like a genuine fracture in Stan's world. Long before You're Getting Old gives his depression a literal sound effect, the show quietly pulls away one of the few anchors that had survived all the other disappointments. In earlier seasons, Stan and Wendy's relationship is treated as a recurring bit. The on-again, off-again grade school romance where the kids swap valentines and dramatic speeches in the cafeteria. The comedy is broad, the emotions are quick, but by the time their more definitive breakup arrives, the framing has shifted. The scene is played with a slower rhythm, fewer cutaways, and just enough silence to let Stan's face do the work. He is not just being dumped for a short joke payoff. He is being told that this long-standing, idealized connection no longer fits who Wendy is becoming. Stan's reaction is subdued, almost confused. He does not explode, and he does not immediately bounce to the next adventure. Instead, there is this lingering sense that something fundamental has moved under his feet, and he would not have the language for attachment or identity. But the audience can feel that this relationship had become part of how he understood himself. When Wendy steps away, that picture no longer makes sense. At the same time, other pieces of his life are shifting. The boys are drifting into different interests, with Cartman chasing bigger schemes, Kyle pulled into more ideological battles, and Kenny, as always, half present and half doomed. The town's chaos, which once felt like a wild student film made with nothing more than cardboard and bad ideas, starts to come across as exhausting. Episodes place Stan on the margins of the group more often, standing a few steps back while the others argue, walking home alone while the camera lingers, or sitting apart at lunch while conversations swirl without him, and the animation is still simple, but the staging gives you a sense of how isolated he has become. Romantic rejection, especially when it touches a relationship that has been built up over years, can act as a trigger for depressive thinking in someone already worn down. For Stan, Wendy was not just a crush. She was proof that connection was possible in a town where adults failed him over and over. When she leaves, it rhymes with all those other losses. Another person he trusted, another piece of faith gone. How many times can a 10-year-old quietly update his expectations before he stops expecting anything at all? The show still wraps this in humor. There are awkward pauses, over-dramatic kid reactions, and the usual South Park undercutting of sentiment. But Stan's sadness is played more sincerely than usual, and in this video we're going to treat that sincerity as a signal. It is one of the emotional dominoes tipping over, lining the path straight into "you're getting old," where that vague sense of loss finally becomes impossible for him to ignore. Drifting from the boys. When growing up means growing apart. From here, the next domino is quieter and, in some ways, harsher. Before Stan hits the obvious crisis point, the show begins to pull apart the one thing that has always grounded him, the boys moving as a unit. The story begins to shift from 4 kids standing shoulder to shoulder against a ridiculous town to 4 kids who are not always standing in the same place anymore. Early on, their friendship is almost mechanical in its reliability. Something happens in South Park. They walk to the bus stop. They react together. Long before Stan's depression is named on screen, that pattern starts to fray. Cartman leans harder into schemes and online trends. Kyle doubles down on political outrage. Kenny drifts into his own strange side quests. And Stan is left in the middle, feeling the gap every time their reactions do not line up. The most painful change is with Kyle. For years, they are framed as the emotional core of the group, the kids who actually care about right and wrong. But as the town's crises escalate, their responses begin to diverge. Kyle's faith in causes and institutions, even when the show is making fun of them, keeps pushing him outward into big ideological fights. Stan, exhausted by hypocrisy, turns inward instead. We get more moments where Kyle is energized by a new issue, while Stan just looks tired. And that contrast gives you a sense of 2 friends walking down slightly different roads. At the same time, Stan's patience for Cartman erodes. In earlier seasons, Cartman's cruelty is often treated as part of the comedy engine. The others roll their eyes and go along. As Stan's worldview darkens, those same behaviors feel less amusing and more intolerable. When Cartman manipulates or weaponizes bigotry for a plan, we see Stan less willing to participate, or simply standing apart while the project unfolds without him. The group dynamic keeps functioning as a comedy machine, but Stan is no longer fully inside it. Kenny remains a familiar constant, always there at the bus stop or in the background of some new disaster. Yet that presence is strangely thin when Stan starts to struggle. Kenny's role has always been half mascot, a half-running gag, and the show leans into that distance. He is around, but he is not a source of real emotional support. How comforting can a friend be when the town barely reacts to his repeated deaths? For a kid whose main support system has always been those three faces next to him, this slow drifting feels like losing the last reliable place of belonging. Everyone else seems to be adapting to the town's chaos, finding new obsessions, new battles, new ways to laugh it off. Stan, instead, feels stuck. That sense that everyone is moving on while he is left behind is one of the classic textures of depression, and South Park plays it out not in a speech, but in subtle blocking and reaction shots. By the time season 15 arrives, the groundwork is in place. Stan is not just sad. He is increasingly alienated from the only people who ever really understood him. All of that comes to a head in You're Getting Old, when the social distance he has been feeling turns into something even more disorienting. He starts to perceive the entire world in a new and much darker way. You're Getting Old, Part 1. When everything starts to sound like shit. When season 15 reaches You're Getting Old, the story begins on a strangely quiet milestone. Stan Marsh turns 10. In a town where the kids almost never age, that number lands with a weight the show has been circling for years. The episode opens with a softer, more reflective tone, and even before anything overtly strange happens, it gives you a sense of a world that has shifted half a step to the side. From there, and the central metaphor arrives in a way that is both crude and unexpectedly precise. Stan goes to hear a new tween wave band, and instead of music, all he hears is wet, squelching fart and shit noises. The animation is the same. The crowd is excited. The band is doing exactly what a band in South Park would do, but the sound design has been quietly swapped out. What everyone else experiences as catchy, he experiences as sewage. That gag expands until it defines his entire perception. Commercials on TV become rhythmic shit sounds. Conversations with his friends turn into flatulent drones. Even classic films and old songs, the comforting background of his childhood, are suddenly reduced to the same disgusting audio track. The world has not changed in any objective way, but for Stan, everything has become unlistenable. It is a very blunt punchline, and at the same time, it is one of the most accurate television depictions of depression we have. When people talk about depression clinically, they use a technical term, anhedonia, the loss of pleasure in things that once mattered. In this video, we're going to see that concept play out with nothing more than a sound effect. Stan tries to watch his favorite movies and just hears shit. He goes out with the boys, and their usual adventures only irritate him. Even hanging out at home turns into a sensory assault. The joke is that everything sounds disgusting. The reality underneath is that nothing can reach him. Around him, nobody understands what has happened. The other kids assume he is being negative for the sake of it. Randy and Sharon hear his complaints and treat them as a phase, or as a problem to be fixed with yet another overreaction. We have watched these characters panic over every cultural fad, and now their inability to see Stan's inner state lands as something quieter and sadder. Their confusion isolates him further, because from the outside, he just looks difficult. The pacing of You're Getting Old underlines that this is not just another gross-out project. Scenes linger a little longer than usual. Melancholy piano music drifts under shots of Stan walking alone, and the camera holds on his face in ways the show rarely did in earlier, faster episodes. Long before later specials would turn Stan's midlife into a running theme, This half hour created a calm, almost indie film portrait of a kid whose world has turned grey. And all of that connects back to the disappointments and traumas we have already traced. The whales on the moon, the broken institutions, the failed relationships. The everything is shit filter is not random. It is the accumulated residue of years finally overwhelming his ability to bounce back. And as the episode continues, that private perception begins to have public consequences, breaking apart Stan's family and friendships in a way the show had never dared before. You're Getting Old. Part 2. Family Collapse and Quiet Despair. From here, the story shifts from Stan's inner filter to the outer world collapsing around him, and the show does it with a kind of quiet brutality. The everything is shit perspective does not stay inside his head. It begins to infect how everyone else interprets his behavior. And the result is that the one kid actually going through a mental health crisis is treated as a symptom of a broken marriage rather than a person in pain. When Randy and Sharon talk about Stan, they never use the language of depression. They talk about how things just aren't working anymore, how the house feels tense, how every day has become an argument. In this video, we're going to see that they do not ask what is happening to their son. They ask what is happening to them. The framing is crucial. Stan's withdrawal becomes evidence that the relationship has run its course, not a warning sign that their child is drowning. Running alongside this, the episode builds Randy's midlife crisis as a parallel and a distraction. Long before the kids are fully aware of what is happening, Randy has already decided that turning 45 means his life is over. He clings to tween music, he flails at changing trends, and he stages his melodramatic farewell to youth with nothing more than a Fleetwood Mac soundtrack and some sad dad dancing. It is intentionally overblown, and it gives you a sense of how adult self-absorption can swallow the room. As Randy spirals, Sharon reaches a quieter conclusion. They should separate. The decision is presented in calm, almost procedural dialogue, which makes it sting more. There is no huge fight, no shattered plates, just a simple acknowledgement that they are done. For Stan, that means the last stable structure in his life, however chaotic, is being dismantled. The show does not need a speech to underline this. The moving boxes do the talking. We see him in those spaces, and physically alone, dwarfed by cardboard and silence, while the adults stand in other rooms discussing logistics and their own feelings. The camera lingers on him sitting on the floor, surrounded by half-packed memories. Who asks him what he wants? No one. The story begins to feel less like a family drama and more like a slow evacuation, with Stan left behind in the emptying house. At the same time, his friendships are eroding. The boys no longer know how to relate to the version of Stan who hears everything as shit. Kyle pulls away, frustrated and confused, and the group quietly reclassifies Stan as the downer who ruins the fun. The comedy of kids arguing about music and games masks something heavier. The loss of the one friend who used to be the moral center. When even Kyle cannot bridge the gap, what is left? Taken together, the episode suggests that Stan's depression is not about a single whale, a single breakup, or a single birthday. It is the logical outcome of living in a world where the adults do not listen, the kids do not know how, and almost no one really grows. The final montage drives this home, cutting between the separation, the broken friendships, and Stan's numb routine, all set to that somber, reflective music. There is no tidy resolution, only unresolved sadness and a sense that this is not the end of his story. And in the very next chapter, Asperger's, the show will push even further, turning therapy, diagnosis, and alcohol into its next set of metaphors for how people try and fail to cope, raising a darker question we have not answered yet. Asperger's, alcohol, treatment, and the masking of pain. When the next episode, On Asperger's, begins, the story picks up as if no time has passed at all. Stan is still moving through a world where every song, every conversation, every attempt at fun just sounds like shit, and the quiet devastation of that season 15 turning point becomes the new baseline. Early on, the adults decide something must be wrong with him, and the school funnels Stan into evaluation. The doctors talk in hushed tones, they run tests, and they eventually land on a fake Asperger's diagnosis built around a pun and a fast food joke. The comedy is broad, but it gives you a sense of how institutions sometimes react to a kid in pain, not by asking what he is feeling, but by reaching for a label that will make everyone else more comfortable. The show carefully sidesteps a direct mental health term. No one says depression. No one talks about clinical treatment. Instead, the episode uses that fake diagnosis as a stand-in for the whole idea of being categorized and managed. Stan is not being understood. He is being processed. The characters around him would later recall this as the time he was acting weird, not the time he was falling apart. In the middle of all this, the most important metaphor quietly appears. Stan discovers that when he drinks whiskey, the shit filter drops away. The music sounds normal again, his friends' voices stop warping, and the colors of the world return. For a moment, it feels like the old South Park has been restored. Is this really a cure, or just a chemical illusion that lets him pretend everything is fine? That detail turns alcohol into a clear stand-in for self-medication. In this video, we're going to see this pattern recur in different forms, but here it is at its most blunt. Stan is using a substance to feel just okay enough to pass as normal, to laugh at the same jokes, to sit in the same cafeteria, to keep being the everyman kid in a town that no longer makes sense to him. Beneath the fast food conspiracies and the Asperger's pun, there is a bleak joke. A 10-year-old is edging into alcoholism just to tolerate his life and relationships. The comedy is framed around secret burger recipes and underground resistance groups, yet the emotional core is a child clutching a bottle because it is the only thing that makes his reality bearable. The adults, meanwhile, stay focused on behavior and optics. The doctors want a neat file. The school wants a manageable student. Randy and Sharon want their son to be back to normal, without really engaging with what normal now means for him. The treatment is about restoring the status quo, not about listening to the pain that broke it. By the end, the episode appears to offer a cure. Stan's parents reconcile, the shit filter lifts, and the world looks and sounds the way it used to. The story begins to settle back into familiar rhythms, as if the whole depressive spiral has been wrapped up in 2 episodes. But what has actually changed? Stan has learned that if he hides his pain, if he masks it well enough, everyone else can relax. That reset functions as a mask, not a resolution. Long before the Paramount Plus specials, this arc plants the idea that Stan's depression will not vanish just because the series format prefers equilibrium. It lingers under the surface. I'm waiting, and when we reach his adult storylines, we will see how those early coping strategies harden into distance, resentment, and a much darker version of the same question. How do you keep living in a world that still feels broken? After the breakdown, a new, quieter version of Stan. From this point on, Stan never quite goes back to being the uncomplicated, everyman kid we met in those early seasons. The show resets the town, the plots get episodic again, but something in the way we read him has changed for good. When the dust settles after You're Getting Old and Asperger's, the series quietly treats those episodes as canon for his inner life. Long before the pandemic specials or the future timelines, we already know that Stan has had a full depressive breakdown, that he has heard his friends and family turn into distorted shit noise, and that he has coped with it through isolation and alcohol. Even when later episodes place him back in the familiar rotation of school, schemes, and town-wide chaos, that history lingers in the background of every reaction shot. We start to notice small but telling shifts. The kid who once threw himself into causes with earnest outrage, whether it was saving whales or standing up to weird cults, now meets new crises with more eye rolls and flat disbelief. The comedy is still there, but the spark is different. The animation is the same, the voice is the same. Yet there is more cynicism in the way he talks to adults, more emotional distance when the other kids get swept up in the latest trend or moral panic. In this video, we're going to keep that thread in mind, because the series itself rarely stops to announce it. The show does not constantly foreground Stan's depression. There are long stretches where it isn't mentioned at all. But it gives you a sense of being quietly present, an invisible weight. When the town loses its mind over something new, Kyle still argues, Cartman still schemes, and Stan increasingly hangs back, watching, already tired. The story begins to treat him less as a blank stand-in for the audience and more as someone carrying a history of burnout and disappointment. This is why, from season 15 onward, he feels less like a generic fourth grader dropped into wild plots and more like a kid whose nervous system has been worn down by years of absurdity. When he snaps at Randy, when he withdraws from his friends, when he seems older than his age, it plays as continuity rather than a one-off mood. Would this all just fade away when he grows up, or does it follow him? The later specials and future timeline episodes answer that question very clearly. They confirm that what we saw in You're Getting Old was not just a phase. It was the beginning of a long-term pattern. Adult Stan is still carrying that same depression, only now it is mixed with real-world consequences, broken relationships, and a much larger physical distance from South Park. When the pandemic era arrives, we find him isolated, resentful, and openly angry at his hometown, with his relationship to Randy reduced to obligation and dread. The kid who once tried to fix the world is now a man trying not to be dragged back into the place that broke him. In the next sections, we're going to move into that later life and tracing how those childhood wounds and teenage breakdowns echo through his adult choices, his career, and the way he treats the people who still remember the old Stan. And in the future timelines, we will see the quiet but dramatic question that hangs over all of it. When the kid who thought everything was shit finally grows up, does he cut ties with South Park forever? Or does he come home and face the thing he has been running from? When the world stops making sense, Stan's growing disillusionment. When we move into the middle years of the series, something quiet but important begins to happen with Stan. The town is still on fire every week. The kids are still running through one outrageous crisis after another. But the way Stan reacts begins to change. The story begins with a kid who ran into the chaos without thinking. It slowly shifts into a kid who stops, looks around, and wonders why no one else is asking what any of this means. Long before everything sounds like shit, we see the gears turning. In episodes where the boys chase fads or confront the monster of the week, Stan increasingly becomes the one who hesitates. In Raisins, when his breakup with Wendy sends him into that goth phase, he is not just sad. He is already questioning whether the rituals of school romance and the hallway drama actually matter. The comedy is still broad, but the camera lingers on his confusion in a way that gives you a sense of something building underneath. Across the mid-series stretch, we're going to see a run of stories where Stan is pushed to look directly at adult hypocrisy. In Something Walmart This Way Comes, he watches the town worship a big box store. Lights then turn on it, then repeat the cycle with almost no self-awareness. In Go, God Go, religious certainty, atheism, and science as religion all blur together into different flavors of the same fanaticism, and Stan is left asking which grown-ups, if any, actually know what they are doing. The animation is cleaner, the satire sharper, but for Stan, the effect is strangely numbing. The pattern matters. It is not one huge trauma that breaks him. It is the repetition. Every week, there is a new moral panic, a new celebrity meltdown, a new institution to expose. By the end of the episode, the town resets. The school is still standing, the Marsh house is still intact, and everyone acts as if the lesson has been learned. Has it? Stan keeps seeing the same fears and the same mistakes come back, only with different costumes. The crises change, but the emptiness afterward does not. This is where his disillusionment starts to resemble real adolescence. Many kids reach a point where they realize that adults are improvising, that institutions are held together with nothing more than habit and hope, and that the rules can bend whenever it is convenient. Stan's role as the moral center means he notices this earlier and more intensely. Each time an authority figure reverses course, each time a hero reveals feet of clay, it pushes him one step closer to the conclusion that nothing around him is stable. In this video, we trace that slow drift because it prepares the ground for season 15. By the time we arrive at You're Getting Old, the famous everything is shit. Sound design does not come out of nowhere. It is the exaggerated, a comedic payoff to years of smaller moments where the world stopped making sense, and Stan was the only one who could not just laugh and move on. The next phase of his story will ask an uncomfortable question. What happens when that feeling never really goes away? The Whale on the Moon, a childhood trauma, played as a joke. By the time we arrive at The Whale on the Moon, that uneasy feeling from You're Getting Old already has a long history. The story begins in a very simple way. Stan is just a kid at an aquarium, and he cares. The comedy framing says this is a parody of Free Willy. But for Stan, it is not a parody at all. It is a problem that needs to be solved. In Free Will 6, we watch the episode unfold almost entirely from that earnest perspective. Stan meets a whale that has been turned into a prop for bored tourists, and he latches onto the idea that the animal deserves better. When the announcers prank the kids over the PA system, telling them the whale wants to go to the moon, the adults treat it as throwaway comedy. For Stan, it becomes a mission. He believes the grown-ups, because up to that point, the world still pretends to have rules. From there, the emotional beats hide under the absurdity. The kids scrape together plans and money. They talk to shady characters, and they end up dealing with the Mexican space program with nothing more than their conviction and a stolen whale. The animation is broad and ridiculous, but the pattern is familiar. Stan gets more tired, more frantic, and more alone in his determination. we see the same wide eyes we see when he watches animal cruelty in other episodes. I only hear the tone is wrapped in blockbuster parody. The crucial moment is not the launch. It is the silence afterward. The rocket goes up, the whale is sent into space, and for a few seconds the show lets the image sit there. A dead animal lying on the moon, framed as a distant, almost beautiful shot. The comedy tells us this is a punchline. The music and the stillness tell us it is a tiny funeral. Stan has done everything he could, and the result is a corpse in a place no one can reach. In this video, we're going to keep seeing that pattern. This one event quietly reinforces two lessons for Stan. First, that adults in his world are careless and cruel for fun. The announcers never face consequences, and the joke is the point. Second, that when he tries to do the right thing, events spiral into horror anyway. How many times can a child learn that caring ends with something dying on the moon? Long before his depression is named, experiences like this train Stan's brain. Caring deeply becomes paired with helplessness, with ridicule, with outcomes that feel both huge and meaningless. It gives you a sense of why, later, everything begins to sound like shit. When the next wave of loss hits, friends drifting, parents separating, what reason would he have to believe that trying will help rather than hurt? The answer to that question is where his story turns even darker. When caring hurts, animal cruelty, violence, and emotional numbing. When we pull back from that whale on the moon, the pattern becomes hard to ignore. Stan is the kid in South Park who keeps running into cruelty and violence that everyone else treats as a punchline, and he's the one who actually absorbs it. The story begins with him as the moral center, but episode after episode that center is asked to hold more than any fourth grader reasonably can. Long before Free Willsics, we see it in smaller moments. In Big Gay Al's Big Gay Boat Ride, Stan is devastated when he thinks his dog is wrong, and then deeply relieved when he learns to accept him. The comedy is broad, the animation is simple, and yet Stan is quietly carrying the emotional weight. In Spooky Fish, when the town turns on the goldfish, Stan is the one unsettled by how quickly adults go from cute pet to murderous threat. The violence is exaggerated, but his reaction is not. As the seasons progress, that tension only increases. Fun with Veal pushes him into full activist mode, where he develops vaginitis from caring too much and refusing to eat meat. The joke is that his empathy becomes a medical condition. But underneath, the show is telling us that for Stan, compassion is physically exhausting. In Douche and Turd, the whole town treats animal mascots and protest culture as interchangeable nonsense, while Stan is stuck trying to decide if anything matters at all. It gives you a sense of how often his conscience is framed as both noble and naive. Even when the focus is on human violence, the same pattern holds. In Good Times with Weapons, the kids play ninja and Butters is genuinely injured, and Stan is one of the first to drop the fantasy when he realizes someone is actually hurt. In The Snook, mass destruction is staged as an over-the-top thriller parody, yet Stan keeps asking basic questions about why this is happening. The world answers with explosions and cutaways. He answers with worry. In this video, we're going to keep seeing that duality. Stan's sensitivity is used for heart, then undercut for laughs, often in the same scene. For a child trying to map out right and wrong, what does it mean when caring is rewarded with ridicule, or when the most humane response is treated as a running gag? Over time, that confusion becomes its own kind of trauma. Psychologically, this is where emotional numbing begins to creep in. When someone is exposed to too much pain, too much absurdity, the mind quietly starts turning the volume down just to function. We watch Stan move from outrage to exhaustion to a flat, distant stare. By the time You're Getting Old arrives, and everything he hears turns into meaningless shit, that shutdown has been rehearsed for years, and it doesn't stay confined to whales, veal, or terrorist plots. The next step is harsher. That same numbing begins to reach into his closest relationships, into the kids he grew up with, and his first love, Wendy. When caring about the world hurts this much, what happens when caring about a person does too? Stan and Wendy. First love in a town that never grows up. When we zoom in on Stan's first love, we see that the pattern with the world repeats itself on a smaller, more fragile scale. The story begins with something almost comically innocent. A fourth-grade boy who is so overwhelmed by his crush that he throws up every time she speaks to him. Long before the show leaned into serialized arcs or heavy emotional through lines, Stan and Wendy were already there as a running thread. In those early episodes, Wendy is drawn as the smart, principled kid in a town where the adults are useless and the kids are mostly chaos. The animation is flat, the backgrounds are simple, and with nothing more than a few cutout shapes and that recurring vomit gag, they created a believable first crush. Wendy represents a kind of idealized goodness for Stan, a person who cares about causes, cares about school, and, crucially, seems to care about him. As the seasons progress, that crush quietly matures. We're going to see that Wendy becomes one of the only characters who actually expect Stan to grow. The teachers are checked out. Randy is chasing the next dumb project, and Cartman is committed to being terrible. But Wendy asks Stan to study, to show up, to do the right thing when the town loses its mind. In episodes where she leads a protest or a campaign, Stan is often the one she turns to first. That gives him support, but it also gives him pressure. What happens when the one person who believes in him also becomes another voice demanding that he keep caring? Over time, that expectation starts to clash with the other gravitational pull in Stan's life. The boys' nonsense. The kids form boy bands, chase absurd trends, or follow Cartman into some new ethical disaster. And Stan is usually torn between going along and listening to Wendy's more serious activism. The tension is simple to describe and hard for him to live in. He wants to be a good person. He also wants to stay a kid with his friends. Episodes where Wendy is campaigning against something while Stan is stuck in the latest Cartman scheme give you a sense of how often he ends up disappointing one side or the other. By the time we reach the era of You're Getting Old, that quiet tug-of-war has real emotional weight. Stan's worldview is darkening. Everything he hears turns into shit. And he begins to disengage not just from politics and pop culture, but from the people around him. From Wendy's perspective, this looks less like depression and more like immaturity or indifference. Why won't he care about the issues anymore? Why won't he meet her where she is? Their eventual breakup, which in earlier seasons might have played as a short gag, now lands as something that feels inevitable. In this video, we're going to follow how that breakup feeds into Stan's isolation and how losing Wendy becomes one more step in a long slide away from the person he thought he was. The breakup. When Wendy walks away and Stan starts slipping. Their eventual breakup feels inevitable, but in the moment, the story begins with something much smaller. In the middle seasons, we see Wendy growing more politically engaged, more focused on causes and school projects, while Stan stalls out. He is still the kid who wants things to make sense, but he is also exhausted by the town's chaos. When Wendy finally ends it, whether in those cafeteria conversations or the blunt hallway scenes, her reasons land with quiet precision. He is not changing, he is not listening, and they are drifting. On paper, it is a simple school breakup. The kids stand by the lockers, the bell rings, and the dialogue is short. In practice, it gives you a sense of Stan's deepest fear. Wendy is not just saying that the relationship is over. She is, in his mind, confirming that something in him is stuck. When she points to his behavior, his lack of movement, or even just says that they have grown apart, it echoes every moment where adults dismissed him for caring too much or not fitting in. Why keep fighting for things if even Wendy thinks it is pointless? Stan's reaction moves through several stages at once. At first, there is denial. The familiar cartoon logic where he assumes this will reset by the next episode. Then the sadness creeps in, and we see him staring out windows, avoiding the usual cafeteria table, or pretending that nothing has changed while everything has. When anger shows up, it is rarely loud, it is inward. He turns the breakup into evidence that he is fundamentally broken, the problem child in a town that was already absurd. Long before You're Getting Old, the show had created a pattern where Stan's faith in institutions kept being chipped away. Adults failed him, causes failed him, and even his own victories felt temporary. The breakup with Wendy slots neatly into that pattern. Romantic love, which once looked like the one pure thing in his chaotic life, now joins the list of disappointments. The comedy is still there, but under it, we are watching a kid quietly decide that nothing he believes in will stay. In this video, we're going to see how this emotional rupture connects to everything that follows. After Wendy walks away, Stan does not just lose a girlfriend. He loses a mirror that once reflected his better self back at him. His isolation from the boys deepens, his patience for causes evaporates, and home stops feeling safe. When You're Getting Old arrives, with its distorted shit sounds and collapsing family, the breakup reads less as a gag and more as one of the last dominoes. The question is not whether he is sad about Wendy anymore. The question is what happens when every voice around him starts to sound the same. Drifting from the boys. When your friends don't feel like your friends anymore. When every voice starts to sound the same. The next thing that happens is almost predictable. The people who once felt closest begin to feel distant. In this video, we're going to watch how that plays out with Stan and the boys, long before anyone on screen says the word depression. Early on, the story begins with Stan as the kid who is usually in sync with the group. In the early seasons, he joins Cartman's schemes, backs Kyle in arguments, and trails along with Kenny through whatever disaster the writers have created that week. The comedy depends on that rhythm. The kids react together, even if they disagree. As the years go on, though, we see episodes where Stan is present physically but emotionally out of step, reacting with a flat, tired skepticism, while the others keep chasing the next big adventure. We can see the shift in smaller moments before You're Getting Old makes it explicit. In Whale Whores, Stan's horror at the slaughtered animals is met with reality TV chaos and the boys moving on. In Butter's Bottom Bitch, they become absorbed in the absurd pimp project while Stan hangs back, uneasy, and the pattern is simple. The schemes keep escalating, and Stan's enthusiasm quietly drains away. The others treat that change less as a warning sign and more as an annoyance that slows the story down. Nowhere is this clearer than with Kyle. Their best friend's bond was built on shared outrage. They would stand together against Cartman or against whatever adult insanity was happening that week. When Stan's worldview darkens, that partnership starts to fray. In You're Getting Old, Kyle keeps trying to drag him into birthday parties, games, and music, only to hit the wall of Stan's "everything sounds like shit" perception. Kyle's frustration grows, not because he stops caring, but because he cannot reach the version of Stan he remembers. How many friendships in real life quietly bend under that same weight before they finally snap? Cartman, as always, adjusts in a different way. Where Kyle sees a problem to solve, Cartman sees an opening. He uses Stan's withdrawal to peel Kyle away, offering new alliances and new projects that do not have a depressed friend attached. When Stan's vulnerability can be weaponized as proof that Kyle is dragged down, or as a punchline about medication and therapy, Cartman is ready. The show does not pause to underline it, but it gives you a sense of how cruelty can thrive in the gaps that depression creates. Kenny, by contrast, remains mostly passive. He is there, he dies, he returns, but he does not intervene in the emotional drift. The silence around Stan becomes another character. The friends keep functioning as a group on paper, yet the safe haven has already cracked. These episodes operate as an early diagnostic chart, before the film-style drama of later specials. The series is already mapping how social withdrawal, missed signals, and unspoken resentment can turn a tight circle of kids into one more place where Stan feels alone. The question becomes, when the next crisis hits, who will actually be standing next to him? The slow burn to season 15, little cracks becoming a fault line. When we zoom out from those moments of social drift, the pattern becomes harder to ignore. The story begins not with a single dramatic breakdown, but with a long sequence of smaller hits that, together, pull Stan away from the easy warmth of early childhood. Long before season 15, the show has been quietly adjusting his emotional baseline. In the early years, Stan is the everyman kid in a town that runs on chaos. The animation is crude, the plots are wild, but his role is simple. He reacts, he questions, he cares. Episodes built around animal cruelty and environmental failure. From mutilated mascot projects to doomed rescue missions, chip away at that simplicity. Each time he tries to save something innocent, the adults fail him, the system collapses, or the animal dies anyway. The comedy stays broad, yet the outcome is steady. The world teaches him that caring rarely works. By the time we reach stories where a whale is rocketed to the moon in a grotesque prank, the tone around Stan has shifted. On paper, it is another absurd gag. In practice, we watch him attached to a creature, invest in the idea that adults will help, and then confront a level of cruelty that feels almost clinical. The animation is cleaner now, the staging more confident, and that contrast gives you a sense of how calculated the emotional beat has become. The joke lands, but it leaves residue. Parallel to that, the friend group begins to fray. Cartman's villainy escalates, Kyle's ideological clashes intensify, and Stan is often trapped between them, trying to be the reasonable one. Social arguments that began as playground spats evolve into full moral standoffs. He is still the kid who delivers the closing speech, still the one to summarize the lesson, but the certainty in those speeches starts to wobble. How many times can a 10-year-old explain the world to adults who will not change? Then the romantic thread with Wendy adds a quieter, more personal layer. Their breakup is not a war, it is an erosion. Interests change, expectations misalign, and Stan's first experience of romantic failure arrives in the same period, where his trust in institutions is already worn thin. On its own, it is a manageable hurt. Combined with dead whales, lying adults, and friendships under strain, it nudges him from disappointment into a kind of low, constant fatigue. Through all of this, in this video we're going to keep noticing one through line. Stan keeps powering through. He keeps standing in the moral center of the frame, keeps trying to be the one who understands, even as the jokes get darker and the town gets louder. The pressure builds quietly because the show still treats him as the stable point. Season 15's You're Getting Old is where that internal pressure finally changes form. The sound design turns music and voices into distorted shit noises, while the series externalizes what has been brewing for years. Stan's mind no longer processes the world as chaotic but fixable. It processes everything as grating, pointless, and broken. The parent separation, the failed coping strategies, and the grey filter over his perception do not come out of nowhere. They are the fault line opening after a decade of little cracks. The next step is to see how the show walks him through that collapse, and what kind of person emerges on the other side. You're Getting Old, Part 1. The night everything starts sounding like shit. The story begins in Season 15 with something deceptively simple. A birthday. Stan turns 10 in You're Getting Old, and the show treats that small number shift as a quiet earthquake. Long before the grey filters and the divorcing parents, we are watching a kid cross an invisible threshold where childhood certainty stops working and nothing quite fits anymore. The episode opens with what should be a familiar comfort. The boys are still the boys, arguing about music, chasing a new band, trying to prove who understands what is cool. They go to a tween wave concert, and on paper, it is just another South Park fad. The kids are hyped, the adults are confused, and there is a sense that this is one more short cultural detour. But for Stan, something is off. What used to be automatic enjoyment now comes with effort. When the band starts playing, we get the first major break. To Kyle, Cartman, and the crowd, the music is energetic and exciting. To Stan, it is nothing but wet, squelching fart and poop noises. The animation is the same. The stage is the same. Only the sound design has shifted. It gives you a sense of how depression is going to be handled here. Not as a speech, but as a sensory malfunction that no one else can hear. From that point, the gag expands. Stan goes home, turns on his old favorite songs, and they also sound like the same disgusting noise. He listens to people talk, and their voices warp into that same unpleasant sludge. In this video, we are going to treat that as more than a one-off joke. It is a surprisingly precise metaphor for anhedonia, the loss of pleasure in things that once brought comfort. The games, the music, even casual conversation become exhausting, irritating, and vaguely gross. The animation was unchanged. The town was unchanged. The kids were saying the same kinds of things they always said. The only thing that changed was Stan's perception, and the show quietly locks us into that perspective. Is there a clearer way to show a child version of waking up one day and realizing that all the color has drained out of the world? Around this, classic depressive symptoms begin to surface. Stan is more irritable, snapping at his friends and at Randy. Jokes that would once roll off him now feel hostile. He starts expressing a low, persistent hopelessness, making comments that everything is stupid, everything is awful, and nothing is worth the effort. The comedy is still there, but under it, the writing tracks a familiar pattern of withdrawal and resentment. As the "everything sounds like shit" effect spreads, his relationships start to strain. Kyle hears only that Stan is being negative. Cartman sees an opportunity to pull Kyle away. Randy and Sharon, already unstable, react to Stan's mood as one more problem in a house full of problems. We watch the first tiny fractures appear, and the town keeps moving as if nothing is wrong. The next part of the episode will show what happens when those fractures stop being tiny, and the whole structure of Stan's life finally gives way. You're Getting Old, Part 2. Losing Wendy, losing Kyle, losing himself. When those fractures stop being tiny, the episode stops feeling like a comedy and starts feeling like a quiet domestic drama. The story begins with something very small. The boys just want to watch a movie or listen to a band, and Stan cannot stop pointing out how everything is terrible. The jokes are still there, but the rhythm has changed. Every punchline from the other kids hits a wall of, "This is crap," until even Cartman's chaos seems more appealing than Stan's honesty. We watch that play out in the group dynamic first. Long before the ending montage, there is a run of short scenes where the boys try to hang out, and Stan's new worldview poisons the room. At a birthday party, at the movies, in Stan's bedroom, the pattern is the same. They are trying to have fun, and he can only see the emptiness behind it. To them, it comes across as him being a downer. To Stan, it is simply the truth. How do kids handle a friend whose every reaction is negative? In South Park, they drift. Kyle's reaction gives you a sense of how subtle that drift can be. At first, he defends Stan, insisting that their friend is just going through a phase. Then the constant criticism and flat affect start to wear him down. By the time Cartman begins positioning himself as Kyle's new partner, the groundwork has been laid. Cartman is awful, but at least he still enjoys things. The show quietly asks a hard question here. When depression makes someone impossible to be around, who actually stays? The episode also revisits Stan and Wendy in a way that feels painfully grounded. Their relationship began as a simple schoolyard crush, a sweet anchor in the chaos. In this video, we're going to see that anchor slip. Wendy tries to talk to him, to share interests, to pull him back into their old rhythm, and he meets her with emotional flatness and cynicism. The animation is restrained, the dialogue clipped. The breakup is not a huge melodramatic scene. It is a resigned conversation where Wendy admits that she cannot reach him anymore, and the comedy of Stan pukes on Wendy has been replaced by a very adult silence. All of this culminates in that famous ending montage. Randy and Sharon separate, and Stan moves out with Sharon, leaving the house that has defined his story since the early seasons. Kyle, standing at the bus stop, is now next to Cartman instead of Stan. There is no big speech, no orchestral swell, just a muted song and a sequence of images that would later recall independent film more than an animated sitcom. The camera lingers on small actions, packing boxes, closing doors, kids walking apart. What makes this hit so hard is that nothing explodes. Depression dismantles Stan's life quietly. Friendships do not end with a single fight. They thin out. A childhood romance does not shatter in one betrayal. It fades under the weight of one person's numbness. And parents do not always divorce in screaming matches. Sometimes they sit at a table and accept that the project of their marriage has failed. The episode captures that slow erosion. By the time the montage finishes, The old configuration of Stan's life has been taken apart, and the show leaves us with a question that will carry into the next episode. Once everything has quietly fallen apart, what could possibly put it back together again? Asperger's, alcohol, denial, and the joke that isn't a joke. When we move into Asperger's, the story begins exactly where that question left off. Nothing has really been put back together. Stan is still walking through town, hearing every song, every voice, every attempt at joy dissolve into distorted shit noise, and the separation of Randy and Sharon has gone from looming threat to new normal, and the family project has been quietly broken, and now the adults want a name for the way Stan is breaking too. In the early scenes, we see the school and the doctors reach for a label. They examine his withdrawn behavior, his anger, his flat response to everything, and decide he must have Asperger's. The joke, of course, is that Stan immediately assumes they mean Asperger's, and the episode leans into the crude gag with him hiding hamburgers in his pants. The comedy is broad, even childish, but it gives you a sense of how people in the story are trying to turn something messy and painful into something tidy and medical. Depression becomes a paperwork problem. At the same time, the episode quietly introduces something far darker. Stan discovers that when he drinks alcohol, the world stops sounding like garbage, and the sound design shifts back. The music is clear again, and the people around him no longer feel unbearable. For a 10-year-old kid, that is presented as a discovery, almost an experiment. For the audience, it is a textbook case of self-medication. How many adults would later recall a moment when a substance suddenly made everything feel manageable again? The show plays this as a gag on the surface. The visual of a small fourth grader swigging booze, slurring his words, and insisting he feels normal, is framed with the same deadpan tone South Park has used on talking towels and singing poo. But underneath, the rhythm is different. The animation is still simple. The framing is still flat. Yet the implication sits there. Stan has found a chemical way to outrun his own mind. When we remember that, long before this season, he was the moral center of the kids, the contrast is quietly brutal. Asperger's also works as satire of how we talk about mental health. The fake Asperger's diagnosis, the underground Asperger's resistance group, and the conspiratorial tone all point to a culture that wants a neat acronym more than an honest conversation. Is Stan struggling because his parents split? Because he has seen too much chaos? Because he is clinically depressed? Or because he is on the spectrum? The episode refuses to pick one. That refusal is the point. By the end, the joke has curdled. We are left with a child who drinks to make the world bearable, whose pain has been mistranslated into a novelty diagnosis and a fast food metaphor. It might be one of the darkest things the show has ever created, and the real question is what happens when the alcohol stops working, and the world of South Park keeps getting worse. What the metaphors mean: depression, therapy, and growing up too fast. When we step back from the plot mechanics and running gags, the story begins to look less like a mid-season experiment and more like a patient, uncomfortable portrait of depression. You're Getting Old and Asperger's are still comedy, but the jokes are carrying diagnostic weight. The most obvious example is the everything sounds like shit gag. On the surface, it is a classic South Park escalation. Music turns into farting noises, movie trailers collapse into wet static, and even casual conversation becomes a sludge of gross sound design. Underneath, though, it is a visual and auditory shorthand for cognitive distortion. And when someone is depressed, the filter changes first. The world has the same colors and the same people, But every song feels off, every compliment feels insincere, every plan feels doomed before it begins. The show externalizes that internal filter. It gives you a sense of how totalizing that shift can be, when even a birthday party sounds like sewage. Stan's drinking works the same way. The joke is that a 10-year-old is quietly nursing whiskey in his bedroom, and the framing is intentionally absurd, but the behavior is not. In this video, we are not meant to read it as a realistic portrait of childhood alcoholism, so much as a stand-in for any unhealthy coping mechanism kids and teens might reach for. For some, it would be actual substances. For others, it would be endless gaming, compulsive scrolling, and/or disappearing into films and shows until the real world fades. The bottle in Stan's hand is a short cartoon symbol for all the ways children can learn to numb out instead of sitting with their pain. Around him, Sharon and Randy's separation and therapy sessions extend the metaphor outward. The parents' marriage falls apart at the exact moment Stan's inner world collapses, and the timing is not subtle. Family instability, adult resentments, midlife crises that began long before the kids were born. All of that gets projected onto the children, who end up absorbing the emotional fallout. The therapy scenes underline how easily a kid's genuine distress can be mistranslated. A doctor reaches for a trendy diagnosis. The school reaches for a program, and everyone feels they have addressed the problem while the actual child sits there unheard. How many real families would later recall a similar pattern, where the paperwork looked thorough and the conversation stayed shallow? Taken together, these metaphors form a cohesive picture of growing up too fast. Stan is still 10, but he has an adult's awareness without an adult's tools. The sounds are ruined, the home is fractured, and the coping strategy is already self-destructive. Even when the series eventually resets some of these changes, bringing the family back together, easing off the explicit depression arc, the emotional damage does not simply evaporate. The reset is structural, not psychological. As we move forward in the timeline, we're going to see echoes of this period in later seasons, and in the Paramount Plus specials. Does Stan ever fully escape that everything is shit filter? Or does it just go quieter for a while? The answer, as the show keeps suggesting, is complicated, and it pulls us into the next era of his life. The reset that wasn't. How Stan's depression lingers. After season 15, when the show moves past season 15, it performs a familiar South Park trick. The town snaps back, the serialized heaviness softens, and on the surface, the Marsh family is fine again. But if we pay attention to Stan himself, the reset is mostly cosmetic. The story begins to treat his depression not as a one-time crisis, but as a new baseline. In the immediate aftermath, we're going to notice that the parents reunite, the house is intact, and the kids are back to episodic adventures. Long before the pandemic specials, though, Stan's voice has changed. He is still the kid who can call out hypocrisy, but there is less wonder in it and more fatigue. Where early Stan would jump in to fix a problem, post-season 15 Stan is more likely to stand at the edge of the chaos and mutter about how everyone is awful. If we think back to pre-season 15 episodes, he often functions as the hopeful problem solver. In Something Walmart This Way Comes, he pushes for the town to resist consumerism. In Whale Whores, he is willing to throw himself into activism to save animals, even when the adults are ridiculous. The animation was crude in the early years, the production values were minimal, and everything about it screamed low-budget cable comedy. But Stan's moral center gives you a sense of stability. He believes that if the kids try hard enough, they can pull the adults back from the brink. After you're getting old and Asperger's, that instinct dulls. In later seasons, when Randy launches another doomed project or the town panics over the latest trend, Stan is quicker to assume the worst. In Sarcastaball, he responds to the new sport with weary disbelief rather than earnest objection. In Informative Murder Porn, he is less shocked that parents are addicted to violent TV and more resigned that this is simply how they are. The jokes still land, but the kid at the center feels more emotionally distant. We see this especially in how often he becomes an exhausted commentator. When the boys cycle through fads, games, or social media, Stan's role shifts from protagonist to quiet critic, pointing out that none of it really fixes anything. The earlier pattern, where he would rally the group around some basic decency, it gives way to a pattern where he shrugs and observes that everyone will probably make the same mistake again. Is that not exactly what depression often looks like once the dramatic breakdown is over? In this video, that slow change matters because it bridges the gap to the Paramount Plus era. By the time we reach the pandemic specials and the future timeline episodes, the adult Stan, who drinks alone and avoids South Park, is not a brand new invention. He is the logical extension of the boy who once heard everything as shit and never fully unlearned that filter. The town may reset, the continuity may wobble, but this quieter, more jaded Stan stays in place, waiting for the next crisis to bring it all back to the surface. Randy's shadow, integrity, embarrassment, and inheriting the worst parts of your parents. When we follow that quieter, more jaded Stan forward, the shadow that keeps falling across him is Randy. Long before Tegrity Farms, Randy was already the loudest presence in the Marsh house, but there was still a sense that he was a goofy geologist who meant well and occasionally helped the kids save the day. The story begins with him as the overexcited dad at the baseball game, the amateur musician, the man who cries over Lord of the Rings with nothing more than a beer in his hand and a fragile ego to protect. Over time, that changes. When the show moves into the Tegrity Farms era, Randy's midlife crisis stops being a background gag and becomes the main project of the family. He quits his job, drags everyone out to the farm, and reinvents himself as the face of weed culture, moral outrage, and opportunistic branding all at once. The animation is cleaner, as the satire is sharper, but the basic pattern is the same. Randy finds a cause, rides it until it implodes, and expects everyone around him to absorb the damage. That gives you a sense of how small Stan's world becomes. At first, Stan's reaction is the familiar embarrassment we have seen since the early seasons. His dad is cringe, his dad drinks too much, his dad gets arrested in front of the kids. But as Tegrity expands into a whole economy of bad decisions, the tone shifts. It is no longer just one ridiculous parent in a town full of them. It is the Marsh name on billboards, on weed strains, on scandals. Stan is not just watching Randy make a fool of himself. He is being branded as part of the joke, and the farm makes that literal. This is where the shame turns heavier, and when every crisis is Randy's thing. From musical trends to pandemic responses, Stan's sense of self has nowhere to stand. How do the kids develop an identity when their father keeps turning their home into a performance space? Episodes where Stan begs Randy to stop, or quietly withdraws while his father chases another high, underline that helplessness. He's not only embarrassed, he feels trapped inside a family bit that never ends. Underneath the comedy, The show is playing with inherited dysfunction. Randy is emotionally unstable, constantly swinging between grandiosity and despair, always convinced the next project will fix everything. Stan watches this, and in this video, we are going to see how that fear of becoming Randy settles in. What if the drinking in "you're getting old" is not just a phase? What if the cynicism, the isolation, the need to burn everything down and move away are genetic? The pandemic specials and the future timeline episodes turn that question into something close to a horror story. Adult Stan burns down the family farm, cuts ties with South Park, and ends up drinking alone anyway, replaying Randy's patterns with more self-awareness but the same collateral damage. The characters would later recall Tegrity as a bad joke that went too far, yet its emotional fallout keeps echoing. As we move into those timelines next, the unsettling part is not that Stan escapes Randy's shadow, but that he keeps finding new ways to stand inside it. The pandemic specials, Adult Stan, distance, and the cost of leaving home. When the pandemic specials arrive, the story jumps forward and shows us what happens when Stan finally does leave that shadow. The kid who once tried to hold South Park together is now an adult who has done the opposite. He has put as much distance as possible between himself and the town that raised him. We meet adult Stan living away from South Park in a small, sparse home that feels more temporary than settled. The animation is cleaner, the pandemic setup is topical, but the emotional picture is familiar. He is burned out, short-tempered, and treating phone calls from home less as connections and more as landmines. The pandemic is the plot device, but the isolation is something that began long before any virus. In those specials, communication with Randy has collapsed into a series of tense, half-finished exchanges. Randy calls about Tegrity, about the farm, about his latest scheme, and Stan answers with the minimum number of words needed to end the conversation. The pauses are as important as the dialogue. We are watching a son who has learned that engaging with his father's chaos only pulls him back into a role he no longer wants to play. Avoidance has become one of Stan's primary coping strategies. When things escalate in South Park, he does not rush back to help the kids or deliver a speech. He delays, deflects, or stays on the couch. The kid who once begged everyone to calm down is now the adult who has decided that not picking up the phone is safer than trying to fix anything. It gives you a sense of how exhausted he is and how much history sits behind every ignored call. The patterns from childhood have not vanished. They have aged, and the cynicism that began in "you're getting old" has hardened into a dry, weary sarcasm. The emotional numbing that turned music into shit sounds is now an almost total reluctance to feel anything too deeply. When the town panics, when Randy spirals, Stan's instinct is to detach, to watch events from a distance, as if they were just another episode in a show he once cared about. In this video, we're going to keep tracing how those traits echo across timelines. The adult Stan in the pandemic specials still drinks, still withdraws, and still carries that quiet belief that connection only leads to pain. The comedy is broader, the stakes are global, yet the central image is very small. One man in a room trying not to pick up. The specials end up working as a bridge to the future timeline episodes, where that distance is pushed even further. What happens when avoidance is no longer enough? What could force Stan to go back, to face Randy, the town, and the version of himself he has been running from? The answer, when it arrives, is darker and more personal than any pandemic headline. and it changes the way we read his entire life. A glimpse of the future. Old wounds in the grown-up timeline. When we finally reach the grown-up timeline, it feels less like a twist and more like a quiet inevitability. The story begins with an older Stan driving back toward South Park, headlights cutting through the dark, and there is already a sense that this is a return he has been avoiding for decades. The town has changed, the skyline is different, the kids we knew are scattered, but the weight in his shoulders is very familiar. And in these Paramount Plus specials, the basic setup is simple on the surface. Long before we see any elaborate sci-fi explanations, we see an adult Stan who left, stayed away, and built a life at a distance. He lives in a small, bare space that gives you a sense of how much he has stripped his world down to the minimum. The animation is cleaner, the design's more detailed, but the core image is stark. Stan Marsh, older, unshaven, moving through rooms as if gravity has been quietly turned up. His depression is no longer something the show has to signal with the "everything sounds like shit" montage. It lives in his posture, in the way he keeps his hands in his pockets, in the slow, flat way he answers questions he does not want to be asked. The voice that once cracked with outrage now comes out lower and tired, with nothing more than the energy needed to get through the next sentence. When he hesitates to pick up a call from South Park, or lets messages from Kyle sit unread, we can feel the same avoidance we saw when he pulled away as a kid, only deeper and more practiced. The reluctance to reconnect is everywhere. When he finally walks through the town again, he is not nostalgic. He is bracing. The buildings are new, the branding has changed, but the patterns are old. Randy is still at the center of some grand project, still convinced he is at the heart of history, and Stan would later recall, in his own bitter way, that this was always the problem. The conflict between them is not a midlife discovery. It is the endpoint of years of being the child who had to absorb an adult's chaos. The same is true with Kyle and the town itself. Their arguments as adults echo the playground fights and bedroom phone calls we have already watched. Mistrust, guilt, that feeling that one friend always cares a little more than the other. None of this arrives out of nowhere. Are they really fighting about present-day choices, or about every apology that never quite happened? The future specials quietly pose that question in almost every scene they share. In this video, we're going to treat these future timeline episodes as the final act of Stan's story so far. They show us not just how he breaks under the accumulated strain of childhood horror, family instability, and global crises, but whether any healing is possible after a lifetime of seeing the world as shit. Does distance protect him, or does it only preserve the wound? The next sections will move through these specials in detail, eye-tracing how old patterns resurface, and whether Stan Marsh can finally become something other than the exhausted moral center of a town that never really grew up with him. The morning after, living with everything is shit. When we pick the story back up after that birthday, we are not in a reset sitcom universe. We are in the aftermath. The end of You're Getting Old leaves Stan hearing music, movies, and even his friends' voices as distorted garbage noise, drifting away from the boys, while Randy and Sharon's marriage quietly falls apart in parallel. It is one of those endings that gives you a sense of a curtain dropping, but the next morning, still having to arrive. The morning after, the show does something unusual for South Park. It slows down. We see Stan doing normal kid routines, waking up, going to school, watching TV, and standing at the bus stop. But everything is filtered through that new grey, cynical perception. The colors are the same, the town is the same, the comedy is still there. And yet for Stan, every song on the radio comes out as shit. Every movie trailer is just more noise. The world did not change overnight. His ability to enjoy it did. Across You're Getting Old and into Asperger's, the animators begin to change his body language in small, persistent ways. The story begins to show more size, more slumped shoulders, longer pauses before he answers anyone. Stan used to fire off moral outrage or dry one-liners. Now we hear slower responses, a flat whatever, or an irritated dude that lands with no real energy behind it. The timing of his dialogue stretches, and that empty space between lines does as much work as any speech. And in this video, we're going to keep connecting those choices to real depressive symptoms, because the show is quietly doing that already. What we see in Stan is classic anhedonia. Nothing is fun, even the things that used to define him. Horror movies, video games, hanging out at Clyde's house. There is no spark. His emotional range narrows into irritation or numbness, and that hollowness sits there even when the plot moves into more absurd territory. It is a kid version of waking up and discovering that every hobby has turned into homework. The other boys react in ways that feel true to their ages. On the surface, Cartman is just annoyed that Stan is being a bummer and ruining the bit. Kyle is confused and hurt, wondering why his closest friend keeps pushing him away. Kenny, in one of those quiet touches the series uses well, and watches more than he speaks, clearly worried, but without a language for it. None of them really know what to do. How many 10-year-old kids would? Long before later specials turned Stan into a distant adult, this was one of the rare stretches where South Park refused its usual reset button. Emotional continuity lingers across episodes, and the depression is not framed as one breakup, one bad birthday, or one melodramatic speech. It feels cumulative, the result of years of watching adults fail, institutions crumble, whales rocketed to the moon, and then realizing there is no bigger plan. By the time this phase began, the disillusionment had already been brewing for seasons. The result is that Stan now walks through the same town and the same routines as everyone else, but he inhabits a different emotional universe. The bus stop, the classroom, even his own living room have not moved an inch. Yet for him, they might as well be on another planet. The next part of the story will show how the series tests that gap and whether anyone can reach across it. Asperger's. When coping becomes self-destruction. The gap becomes even clearer in the follow-up, Asperger's, where the story begins with adults scrambling to explain Stan's change without ever naming what it really is. The school latches onto the buzzword of the moment, mishearing Asperger's as Asperger's, and suddenly there is a neat diagnosis, a pamphlet, and a way to file Stan away. It is tidy on paper. It is completely wrong in practice. When we watch the episode in this video, what stands out is how Stan's actual problem remains untreated depression. He is 10, he's exhausted, and he begins secretly spiking his drinks with whiskey. The time marker is small, a kid at lunch, a cafeteria tray, a thermos, but the action is devastating. He takes a sip, and the distorted everything is shit soundscape snaps back into normal voices and music. The animation is the same, the town is the same, the filter has changed. That single visual metaphor gives you a sense of how the show is thinking about self-medication. Alcohol becomes a lens that temporarily corrects his world, the way glasses might correct blurred vision. For a moment, his parents sound human again. The kids at school sound playful again, and the noise stops grinding into his skull. Is it funny that a fourth grader is nursing a whiskey bottle in his locker? The framing is deadpan enough that we almost laugh, and then the implication sinks in. Around this very grounded behavior, the episode builds one of its strangest comedies. The misdiagnosed kids create an underground burger operation, complete with secret sauce, corporate intrigue, and a resistance movement hiding in the shadows. There is a full Matrix parody with trench coats, slow-motion hallway walks, and whispered talk of the system. On the surface, it is the kind of elaborate genre riff the series had been perfecting for years. Underneath, though, the burger resistance is another coping strategy. Stan is offered an identity that explains his pain. He is not depressed, he is special, part of a persecuted group with hidden knowledge. The project gives him tasks, recipes, missions. He can be the kid who makes incredible burgers, rather than the kid who cannot get out of bed. How many people throw themselves into work, on fandoms, or ironic detachment in the same way, building elaborate structures so they never have to say, "I am not okay." What makes it lonelier is how private the core of it remains. Stan does not tell Randy or Sharon what he is feeling. He does not sit with Kyle and admit that the world has gone grey. Instead, he hides the bottle, hides the pain, and lets the adults argue over labels. The misdiagnosis itself becomes commentary. Institutions reach for forms and categories long before they simply listen to a child describing despair. By the end of Asperger's, many of the surface plots resolve. The burger operation collapses, the Matrix jokes wind down, and the town resets for future seasons. But Stan's depression has not vanished. It has only shifted slightly off camera. The resistance is gone, the whiskey is still there, and the next stage of his story is waiting to bring that darkness back into focus. The breakup that broke the center. Stan and Wendy fall apart. When the surface chaos of Asperger's fades, another fracture comes into focus, and it is much quieter. It is the slow unraveling of Stan and Wendy, a relationship that had been woven into the fabric of South Park from the very beginning. For a show built on explosions, aliens, and musical numbers, one of its most affecting moments is simply two kids realizing they cannot reach each other anymore. Long before everything started sounding like shit, the story begins with something much smaller. A boy who would throw up every time the girl he liked spoke to him. Early seasons treat Stan and Wendy's connection as innocent puppy love, a running gag where nervousness and purity coexist. But over the years, as the kids age up by inches, that running gag turns into an on-again, off-again rhythm. They break up over misunderstandings, other crushes, even a boy band, and then find their way back, as if the show is quietly saying this bond is part of the town's default settings. By the time we reach season 15, that history gives you a sense of why this breakup lands so hard. For Stan, Wendy has always represented something stable in a world that keeps revealing new layers of absurdity. She is smart, politically engaged, and often the one kid who still believes in causes when everyone else is chasing the next distraction. Being with her reassures Stan that he is still a good person, that his moral instincts are not just another joke in the town's endless comedy reel. When his depression deepens, that balance collapses. Wendy grows frustrated with how emotionally unavailable he has become, how every conversation bends back toward his negativity. She reaches out, she challenges him, she asks what is wrong. Stan, stuck in that internal storm, where music is noise and birthdays are funerals, cannot articulate what is happening. How do kids explain that the whole world suddenly feels off? In this video, we are going to see that the answer for Stan is that he simply does not. The breakup is not framed as anyone's villain turn. Instead, it plays as emotional mismatching. Wendy needing reciprocity and presence. Stan needing help but having no language for it. Depression often pulls people away from the very relationships that could help, and the show mirrors that pattern with nothing more than a quiet conversation and some hurt expressions. He seems distant and irritable and withdrawn, and in protecting himself, he unintentionally pushes Wendy out. For a 10-year-old, that loss does not read as, "We are incompatible right now." It reads as confirmation. If even Wendy cannot stand to be around him, what does that say about how broken he must be? The emotional stakes here are not just about first love. They are about a kid concluding that his worst fears about being permanently off from everyone else are true. There is a subtle tragedy in the fact that Wendy is one of the few characters who consistently cares about Stan's moral core, even when the rest of the town is busy chasing the next trend. Losing that support is one more thread snapping in an already fraying web. The breakup is not only the end of a childhood romance, it is the loss of a key anchor in his emotional life, and setting the stage for how far he will drift when the next wave of adulthood finally hits. Drifting from the boys. When your friends don't feel like home. When that anchor with Wendy snaps, the next place we would expect Stan to feel safe is with the boys. For so long, the story begins there. 4 kids on a bus stop in a town that keeps getting stranger, holding the chaos together with foul-mouthed comedy and an unspoken promise that they will always have each other. Long before the depression arc, their dynamic is remarkably clear. Stan is the grounded center, the one who reacts the way most viewers probably would, caught between empathy and exasperation. Kyle is the moral foil, the kid who turns that instinct into speeches, calling out hypocrisy and trying to fix things. Cartman is pure chaos, weaponizing every situation for his own gain. Kenny is the resilient observer, dying, returning, and quietly absorbing more horror than anyone. The balance works because Stan stands in the middle of all of it, steady enough that the others can orbit around him. In season 15, that balance quietly breaks. When everything starts sounding like shit in You're Getting Old, Stan stops being the steady one and becomes the one who does not want to play along anymore. The animation is the same, the projects and adventures are framed the same, but his reactions shift. Where he once joined in, now he rolls his eyes, calls everything out as pointless, and drifts to the edge of the frame. It gives you a sense of how a small internal change can rewrite an entire group dynamic. We see it most clearly with Kyle. Their friendship has always been the emotional core of the group, the place where South Park lets the sentiment peek through the satire. They share beds on trips, back each other up in fights, and in this video, we're going to notice how often the show cuts to Kyle's face when Stan is in trouble. But as Stan sinks into cynicism, that bond strains. Kyle still wants to go on adventures, still wants to believe problems can be solved, and when Stan pulls away, Kyle begins spending more time with others, even Cartman, just to keep moving. There are episodes where Stan simply does not go. The boys get wrapped up in another town-wide crisis, and Stan is at home, drinking with his dad or sitting in his room. Other times he shows up physically but is emotionally checked out, standing a step behind, offering flat, unbitter commentary instead of engagement. An invisible wall forms. They are in the story. He is watching it. Cartman, predictably, exploits that distance. With nothing more than a few manipulative gestures, he slides into the empty space next to Kyle, partnering with him on schemes and acting for brief, unsettling stretches, like a replacement best friend. Is Kyle actually abandoning Stan, or is he just adapting to the new reality? Depression warps Stan's perception, so that normal shifts in friendship feel like proof he no longer belongs. The painful irony is that the boys still care in their own flawed way. They are kids. They do not have the language for mental health, only the sense that something is off. So the group keeps moving, the adventures keep happening, and Stan is there but not there. I standing slightly apart at the bus stop, one step out of the circle as the season of his isolation quietly begins to turn into something permanent. Home isn't safe either. Randy, Sharon, and the family earthquake. By the time Stan is standing that one step out of the circle, the distance is not just at the bus stop. It is in his house, in his kitchen, in every room where his family used to feel predictable. In this video, we're going to sit with that for a moment, because the story begins to hurt in a quieter, more domestic way, once home stops being a refuge and becomes another place where the ground moves. Long before Tegrity Farms and weed specials, Randy was introduced as a goofy dad with a steady job and a tendency to overreact. The early seasons treat him as background comedy. The geologist who panics about volcanoes. I'm the parent who gets way too into Little League fights. The guy who will sing with nothing more than a beer in hand and no self-awareness. Over time, that energy escalates. The fads, the get-rich projects, the obsessions with becoming a pop star, a hero, a martyr. Randy turns every town event into his personal film. From Stan's perspective, that shift matters. The harmless idiot dad becomes a chaos engine who can turn a simple night out into the biggest thing that ever happened. The alcoholism gag in You're Getting Old is a turning point. Stan is already hearing everything as distorted shit. And Randy's midlife crisis concerts and drunken speeches stop being funny background noise and start reading as exhausting, even a little frightening. What does it do to a kid when the loudest adult in the room is always auditioning for a story instead of raising one? Sharon, by contrast, is framed as the grounded parent, and that contrast gives you a sense of how worn down the household has become. She is the one who calls out the absurdity, who tells Randy to stop, who tries to keep the kids on some stable path. But by season 15, her patience is gone. The arguments in the kitchen, the we're getting a divorce scenes, the packing of boxes when they separate, these are not big sci-fi catastrophes. They are small, domestic earthquakes, and for a depressed 10-year-old, they land harder than any alien invasion. Once Stan's depression sets in, every family shake registers differently. The move out of the house, the Tegrity relocation, plus the constant threat that Randy will blow up their lives for the next scheme. Each one confirms the feeling that nothing holds. Randy's self-centeredness means that even when he loves his son, his attention is consumed by his own drama. He would cry about his band, his farm, his legacy, but rarely about what Stan is going through. The emotional neglect is not cruel. It is vacant. Shelley sits in the middle of this as both tormentor and quiet ally. She bullies Stan, yells at him, keeps the classic older sibling menace alive. At the same time, she also sees how messed up things are, and her response is rage rather than sadness. In a way, The siblings are two versions of the same reaction to the same house. For a kid dealing with depression, a chaotic home amplifies everything. There is no room that feels safe, and no adult who clearly has things under control. When Stan concludes that everything is shit, it is not an abstract teenage pose. It is a logical reading of a family that keeps proving his worst fears right. The next phase of the story will show how that belief follows him into adulthood, long after the childhood house has changed addresses. The town that never grows up, South Park, as a depressive backdrop. When we pull back from the Marsh house, the wider pattern becomes hard to ignore. The entire town around Stan is built on escalation, on the idea that every week there will be a new crisis, a new outrage, a new disaster that arrives out of nowhere and then vanishes without leaving real scars. South Park is not just a setting. It is a character whose defining trait is amnesia. Long before Stan begins to name his feelings as depression, the town has already trained him in this rhythm. One day, it is a school shooting that the adults treat as paperwork. Another day, it is a monster, or an apocalypse, or a moral panic about the latest trend. The animation may be simple, with nothing more than cardboard cutout designs and looping backgrounds, but the emotional weather is permanently extreme. That gives you a sense of how exhausting it would be to grow up here. When Stan is younger, the same cycle plays as adventure. The story begins with kids dodging aliens, evil turkeys, or celebrities, and by the end of the episode, everything is back to normal. The chaos is framed as comedy, and for a while, it works. The town resets, the adults forget, and the boys go back to the bus stop. For a child, and that reset button feels magical. Nothing has to stick. As Stan ages, that magic turns into a treadmill. We are watching the same patterns repeat. Adults overreacting to every headline, institutions failing in slightly new ways, trends rising and crashing so fast that even the kids stop pretending to care. The school is unsafe, the police are incompetent, the government is absurd, and yet at the start of the next episode, everyone acts surprised again. How many times can someone live through the end of the world before it starts to feel pointless? In this video, we are going to see how the show quietly shifts Stan into the role of burnout stand-in. He becomes the one who remembers. He is tired of the same jokes, the same stupidity, the same lack of progress, and the sound design in You're Getting Old makes that literal. Music turns into noise, conversations turn into static, and the town's usual reset no longer works on him. The satire of a place that refuses to grow up turns for Stan into a prison. South Park's normalization of trauma deepens that feeling. School shootings are treated as background noise. Environmental disasters are just another B-plot, and even space missions to strand a whale on the moon are brushed off once the credits roll. What happens to a kid who actually feels affected when everyone else shrugs and moves on? Stan's alienation is not only from his family, it is from a community that refuses to admit that any of this is damaging. By the time we reach the later specials, the town has become both the source of Stan's best memories and the main stage of his disillusionment. The same streets that once promised endless adventure now promise another round of chaos with no growth attached. That tension sets up the next phase of the story, where leaving South Park stops being a fantasy and starts to feel, for Stan, like the only remaining way to heal. When jokes stop working, meta-commentary and creative burnout. By the time leaving South Park begins to feel like Stan's only way to heal, the show itself is asking a quieter question in the background. What happens when the jokes stop working for the people making them? In this video, we're going to see how Stan's depression in You're Getting Old and Asperger's doubles as a confession from Matt and Trey about their own creative fatigue. When season 15 aired, they had been telling stories about these kids for well over a decade, and interviews around that period would later recall how drained they felt. The story begins with Stan turning 10, but under the surface, it is the show turning middle-aged. You're Getting Old is not just about a boy who suddenly hears every song as distorted shit. It gives you a sense of writers listening to their own ideas and hearing the same notes, the same rhythms, the same punchlines echoing back. The sound design makes that meta layer literal. When the music warps into flatulent noise and adults' voices melt into the same droning shit, it plays as Stan's subjective experience of depression. At the same time, it is hard not to read it as Parker and Stone sitting in a room, pitching another pop culture parody and realizing it all blends together. The comedy is still there. The joy in making it is not guaranteed. Stan's boredom with trends and movies in these episodes feels very adult. He looks at trailers, bands, and viral fads and sees only hollow repetition. Many viewers reach a point where the culture that once felt electric now looks recycled. The references pile up, but the meaning thins out. Long before streaming made everything available at once, South Park is quietly staging that midlife cultural burnout through a 10-year-old who cannot pretend to be excited anymore. Visually, the show leans into that shift. We get melancholic montages of Stan walking alone through town, scored with slow, reflective music rather than the usual bombast. The animation is still simple, with nothing more than those familiar cutout style shapes, but the pacing lingers, the frames hold a beat longer, and the tone turns introspective. The series that once raced from gag to gag now pauses to sit in silence with a kid and his headphones. Underneath, the season is playing with depression as a loss of narrative. When Stan cannot see a future that feels different, everything behind him starts to feel pointless too. If the next episode, the next season, the next movie is just another loop of the same chaos, what is the story even building toward? Stan becomes the vessel for that existential crisis, carrying not only his own sadness, but the show's question. After so many years, what are we even doing anymore? Importantly, South Park does not tidy this up. Asperger's does not cure Stan. The fake diagnosis does not offer a neat label, and the town does not suddenly mature. The ambiguity stays, and that uncertainty will echo again in the later specials and future timeline episodes, where Stan's personal breakdown and the show's self-reflection collide even more directly than before, raising a harsher question the series can no longer dodge. Tiny glimmers, the moments. Stan still cares. That uncertainty does not just hang over the town in an abstract way. It hangs over Stan's day-to-day life. And in this video, we're going to see that even in the seasons after You're Getting Old and Asperger's, the story does not flatten him into a permanently numb background kid. The darkness is there, but tiny glimmers keep breaking through. When we move into the later teens and early 20s seasons, Stan is quieter, more sarcastic, and visibly worn down, but he still steps up. In Butterballs, he is the one who takes Butter's bullying seriously and tries to expose it, even as the adults turn the issue into a media project and a talk show spectacle. The plot began as another commentary on cause of the week activism. But Stan's frustration gives you a sense of how it feels when a real concern is swallowed by performance. He cares, and caring hurts. We see that same pattern with animals and fairness. In A Scores for Applause, when the town spirals into wristband politics, Stan pushes back on the emptiness of it, asking what any of this actually does. Long before the Tegrity Farms era, the show was already turning his moral voice into something more tired and questioning. The empathy is still there from the kid who once cried over a whale on the moon. It is just filtered through disillusionment with nothing more than hollow adult branding. There are also the small, quiet gestures that do not drive an episode, but still define him. He checks on Kyle when Cartman's schemes go too far. He rolls his eyes at Cartman's cruelty and still says, "Dude, that's not cool," even when it is not a dramatic showdown. In the Black Friday and Game of Thrones parody arc, he tries to keep the group from tearing itself apart over consoles, reminding them they are friends before they are rival factions. How many depressed kids end up in that role, still mediating, even when they feel detached from the whole game? These moments challenge the idea that depression is just emptiness. Stan is not hollow, he is overloaded. The world has given him too much hypocrisy, too many broken promises, too many adults who would later recall their own mistakes as quirky phase material. His values have not vanished, they have been rubbed raw. The comedy keeps pointing out that his sarcasm is not apathy, it is a defense mechanism. That is why his pain lands so hard. The show keeps him human by letting those sparks of compassion and justice flicker, even when he doubts any of it matters. The animation may be simple and the town may be absurd, but the emotional logic is clear. He was never built to be apathetic. He was built to care, and the caring is what exhausts him. Those lingering traits will matter even more when we jump ahead to the specials and future timeline episodes. When adult Stan tries to rebuild a life out of the wreckage of his family and his hometown, and it is those same stubborn values that quietly pull him back towards South Park and towards something resembling hope. Growing up sideways. The boys enter a new phase. When the show moves past the immediate fallout of "you're getting old" and Asperger's, the story begins to stretch in a quieter way. The kids are still in elementary school on paper, but the world around them starts to feel more like middle school, with crushes, social media, and politics bleeding into the playground. Long before the Paramount Plus specials jump ahead in time, the series has already aged them sideways. They do not suddenly become teenagers, but the topics that circle them change. In Skank Hunt, an anonymous troll turns online harassment into a central crisis. And in The Hobbit, Wendy's anxiety about filtered selfies and body image pushes the show into pre-teen territory. The comedy is still built on foul-mouthed kids, yet the pressures pressing in on those kids are recognizably older. Each of the boys adapts in a different direction, and that divergence gives you a sense of how Stan's inner state is shifting. Cartman leans harder into manipulation and long-term schemes, from engineering relationships to weaponizing social media outrage. Kyle is pulled deeper into moral debates, arguing about political correctness, trolling, and online ethics as if he's been handed a freshman philosophy syllabus. Kenny, whose deaths once defined the show, settles into a quieter resilience, absorbing chaos with a shrug and a muffled line. Stan, meanwhile, turns inward. The big speeches slow down, and the camera finds him staring, hesitating, withdrawing. We see this most clearly when their obsessions stop lining up. In Make Love, Not Warcraft, They are united by a game. Later seasons show them drifting into separate interests that do not automatically overlap. Cartman chases attention, Kyle chases causes, Kenny chases survival, and Stan often cannot bring himself to chase anything at all. After his depression arc, the joke that everything sounds like shit lingers as an emotional truth. When friends latch onto new trends, he struggles to keep up or even care. How do shared hobbies hold a group together when one member cannot feel that spark? In this video, we are going to keep connecting these shifts to real development. Preteen and early teen years are when friend groups naturally reorganize around classes, sports, and status. For a kid already carrying an invisible weight, that normal churn can feel less like growth and more like abandonment. The hallway that once felt crowded with options now feels strangely empty. At the same time, school itself becomes denser. Homework, grades, and social hierarchies start to matter in a way they did not in the earlier seasons, when the biggest concern was who got grounded. Now there are reputations, online footprints, and the sense that one wrong move can follow them. For Stan, already exhausted by the effort of caring, each new layer of expectation is another quiet demand he is not sure he can meet. The group still rallies for big crises. When the town faces trolls, pandemics, or yet another apocalyptic prophecy, they fall back into familiar formation. But the easy, automatic closeness of the early years is gone, are replaced by something more fragile and negotiated. We can feel that Stan's old identity as the normal one no longer fits. He is the one with a visible emotional fracture now, while the others, however dysfunctional, seem to be moving forward. This sideways growing up phase becomes the bridge between childhood Stan and the adult Stan of the specials. It is the long, stretched out middle where the cracks widen quietly, episode by episode, until leaving South Park no longer feels unthinkable. What happens when the kid who cared the most starts to believe that distance is the only way to survive? Randy's Tegrity era. When your dad becomes the main character. When the Tegrity Farms era begins, it feels less like a new opportunity and more like the ground quietly giving way under Stan's feet, long before the specials would show an adult Stan burning down his childhood home. The story begins with Randy announcing that the Marsh family is leaving South Park so he can grow weed in the country in the name of integrity. It is framed as a moral stand, but the move is really another Randy project that everyone else has to live inside. In this video, we're going to see how that move takes Stan's already fragile sense of stability and shakes it again. The town he knows is suddenly replaced by fields, greenhouses, and a ramshackle farmhouse covered in Tegrity branding. The routines change, the scenery changes, but the basic pattern does not. Randy chases a new identity with nothing more than enthusiasm and self-righteous speeches, and the rest of the family is expected to clap on cue. For a kid already worn down by divorce scares and constant chaos, this is not a fresh start. It is the same storm in a different zip code. As the seasons go on, the camera itself begins to drift toward Randy. Episodes that once would have followed Stan's reaction now orbit around his father's latest scheme. Selling weed to China, fighting with other farms, rebranding the business every time the plot demands it. The story that used to center a child's perspective on a broken town starts to resemble a midlife crisis sitcom, with Stan reduced to the kid standing in the doorway. That formal shift in focus gives you a sense of how it feels for him inside the family. Present, but not central. Stan's embarrassment at Tegrity is visible in almost every scene. He winces at the ads, groans at the slogans, and calls out Randy's hypocrisy when no one else will. He understands that his dad's integrity is mostly a marketing word, a way to dress up selfish decisions as principle. How many times can a child be dragged into a parent's next big thing before the only response left is a tired, hollow stare? This is where a twisted form of emotional parentification creeps in. Stan becomes the one managing his own reactions, swallowing his anger so the latest crisis does not explode even further, while Randy storms through the house in a haze of grand plans and self-pity. Sharon's exasperation only reinforces the message. The adults argue, threaten to leave, stay, and argue again. Integrity becomes a punchline on a billboard, and for Stan, another piece of evidence that grown-ups are hopeless. Tegrity Farms, in the end, crystallizes everything Stan resents. Performative values, selfishness disguised as ethics, and sweeping changes that never fix what hurts. It is no accident that, in the future timeline, the distance between Stan and Randy has become physical as well as emotional. The seeds of that escape plan are planted in these fields. The only question is how far away he will have to go before the echo of Tegrity finally goes quiet. Pandemic pressure. A world crisis on top of a personal one. When the pandemic specials arrive, the story begins to feel less hypothetical and more uncomfortably close to home. The town is still ridiculous. The kids are still in 4th grade. But suddenly, the crisis on screen mirrors the one outside the window, and that gives you a sense of how heavy things have become for Stan. In these specials, we're going to see South Park dealing with COVID-19, lockdowns, masks, and shifting rules that change from scene to scene. The adults panic, argue, and monetize, because of course they do. Randy turns the pandemic into yet another Tegrity project. The school lurches between in-person and remote learning, and the boys' friendship fractures under the strain. For most characters, this is a new disaster. For Stan, it is an extra layer pressed onto an emotional load that was already too much. Long before anyone hears the word pandemic, Stan has been through "You're Getting Old," through his parents' separation, through the realization that music and conversation can collapse into static and shit in his ears. So when the world shuts down, he is not starting from neutral. He is starting from burned out. His scenes that play as broad comedy for the town, Randy's desperate attempts to brand the virus, adults raging at school boards, also push Stan back into caretaker and mediator roles. He tries to keep his parents from completely falling apart. He navigates the chaos of remote classes and reopened classrooms, and he is the one who has to bridge the gap when the boys cannot even agree on whether to see each other in person. The isolation and uncertainty echo those earlier themes. In "You're Getting Old," the world felt broken in a private, almost invisible way. During the pandemic, that brokenness becomes public policy. The streets are empty, the news is a constant scroll of bad numbers, and the small routines that once gave Stan structure, walking to school, hanging out at the bus stop, and even the familiar rhythm of cafeteria drama, are interrupted or distorted. What happens to a kid whose last anchors are taken away? The specials quietly ask that question, while the foreground stays focused on jokes about Zoom and vaccines. The tone shifts as well. The comedy is still dark, but more grounded. Less about random aliens and more about systems failing in realistic ways. That tone lines up with Stan's long-running arc of disillusionment. The animation is cleaner, the pacing more deliberate, and the emotional beats land harder because we recognize the circumstances. It is no longer just that Stan thinks the world is unmanageable. The world is actively proving him right. Everyone in South Park is stressed in these episodes, but the show makes it clear that not everyone has the same starting point. Cartman can turn quarantine into an excuse for elaborate scams. Randy can throw himself into yet another scheme. Stan, with his history of depression, has less resilience in reserve. He can still function, he can still crack a line, but the effort shows around the edges. In this video, we're going to see that the real impact of this period is not fully visible in the moment. The pandemic specials plant emotional seeds that only bloom when the timeline jumps forward, and we meet adult Stan, living with the aftermath of a world crisis stacked on top of a personal one. A glimpse into tomorrow. Meeting adult Stan when the timeline jumps ahead in the post-pandemic specials. The story begins to feel strangely quiet. The kids are gone, the playground is gone, and in their place, we meet an adult Stan Marsh, who looks as if he's been carrying that "everything is shit" soundtrack in his head for decades. By the time we see him, he is no longer the round-faced fourth grader in a puffball hat. His design is leaner, his eyes more tired, and the way he holds himself tells us almost everything before he speaks. The animation is still simple, but the posture does the work. Shoulders slightly hunched, expression half numb, half annoyed. The comedy is still there in the way the show stages his entrance, but the tone has changed. We're looking at someone who moved away from South Park and never really came back, at least not in his own mind. In this video, we're going to treat that future version of Stan as the logical continuation of what began in You're Getting Old, long before the specials, and the sound design had already turned everyone into droning shit noises for him. And adult Stan behaves as if that filter never fully turned off. He lives far from his hometown, working a job that seems competent but unglamorous, focused on tasks, on routines, on keeping things contained. The work is about control and distance rather than passion or joy. It gives you a sense of someone who chose predictability over risk because unpredictability hurt too much. His relationships confirm that choice. With Randy and Sharon, the contact is strained, reduced to obligatory calls and the occasional explosive argument when he does return. With his old friends, there are long gaps, awkward reunions, and the kind of brittle small talk that only happens between people who shared everything as kids and almost nothing as adults. Even the town itself feels distant. South Park is treated less as a home than as a site of old damage that he carefully avoids. The sarcasm that once felt like a phase has hardened into a default lens. When adult Stan talks, the lines echo his fourth grade complaints, but now they land with less energy and more resignation. The joke is that he has been over it since age 10, but the subtext is that he never found a way back from that perspective. How many child characters in an animated comedy stay stuck in that emotional register for this long? And yet, there are small tells that he is still the same Stan. A flash of guilt when his choices hurt someone else. A sudden, unguarded moment of empathy for an old friend. A lingering look at the town he left, are framed almost like a shot from a low-budget indie film, with nothing more than a quiet street and a familiar storefront. Those touches remind us that he still cares, even if caring has become painful. Seeing adult Stan confirms what the earlier seasons only implied. His depression did not evaporate with time. It followed him into adulthood and helped shape every major decision. The specials hint that there was a breaking point, a specific moment when avoidance stopped being a coping strategy and became his whole identity. What happened in that gap between the sad 10-year-old and the distant grown man? And is there any path for him to walk back toward the people he abandoned? Running from home. Why adult Stan left South Park. That gap between the sad 10-year-old and the distant grown man is where Stan makes the decision that defines his adult life. He runs. He does not just move away from South Park. He treats distance as a cure, as if miles can dissolve memories. The story begins long before the specials, in those escalating battles with Randy that quietly reshaped the Marsh household. Through the seasons, we watch Randy go from goofy geologist to full-time spectacle. The drunk at Little League games, the guy who fights over parking spots, the man who turns Tegrity Farms into a brand and then into a cult of personality. The comedy is broad, but the emotional pattern is narrow. Every time Randy reinvents himself, the family fractures a little more. Sharon is exhausted, Shelley is furious, and Stan is stuck as the kid who has to react to a father who never really grows up. By the time we reach the future timeline, that slow erosion has become a full breakdown. The marriage collapses, the house burns, and Stan carries the belief that his choices help destroy his family. South Park as a place becomes a museum of personal failure. The school, the streets, even Tegrity Farms, all feel contaminated by things he said or did not say. When every familiar corner carries a memory of embarrassment, fear, or grief, leaving can feel less like a decision and more like the only door that is still open. In this video, we are going to keep seeing that pattern. Escape presented as relief. Physical distance does help in one sense. Away from Randy and the town's chaos, Stan is no longer dragged into every new disaster. The triggers are quieter. The problem is that the wounds stay exactly where he left them. Avoidance freezes the story in place. The fire, the arguments, the moment he walks away from Sharon and Shelley, all remain preserved in his mind as unfinished scenes. That is where the depressive thinking takes over. Stan does not just believe that South Park is bad for him. He believes he is bad for South Park and for the people in it. The specials frame his absence as a twisted kindness. If his presence coincided with the family falling apart, then disappearing feels responsible. We are watching the same logic that once told him everything sounded like shit. Now tell him that he is the problem in every room. His departure is also a rejection of Randy's legacy. Long before the Tegrity Farms era, and Stan began to fear that he was turning into his father, drinking to cope and lashing out. So he overcorrects with nothing more than a blunt instrument. He cuts off almost everything connected to Randy, including the town itself. Does he stop resembling Randy? Or does he just become a quieter version of the same man, running from accountability instead of shouting over it? Even in the future, when the kids are grown and the stakes are global, Stan struggles to talk plainly about why he left. Conversations with Kyle slide into blame, sarcasm, or quick subject changes. That inability to narrate his own story gives you a sense of how unfinished it feels to him. The choice to leave becomes the central wound of his adult life, the one decision every other regret orbits around. The specials are built to push him back toward that moment, to force him to re-enter the town, the house, and the relationships he tried to erase. Whether he is ready or not, the project of running away is about to run out of road, and the next chapters will show what happens when the kid who left finally has to come home. Old friends, old wounds, reuniting with Kyle, Cartman, and Kenny. When Stan finally walks back into a room with Kyle, Cartman, and Kenny as adults, the story begins with silence more than with any big speech. The camera lingers on the four of them just looking at each other, taking inventory of new wrinkles, different clothes, and the years that never really got talked through. The shock is quiet. The small talk is painfully practical. How have things been? Where are they living now? No one wants to be the first to mention the divorce, the drinking, or the night Stan left town. In this video, we're going to notice how quickly those first moments fill up with everything unsaid. The jokes come out on autopilot, but there is a lag, a beat, where they all remember that the last time they were in the same place, Stan's world was collapsing. Long before this reunion, they were the kids who faced demon cows and talking towels together. Now they are adults who have to decide whether to pretend nothing happened. Each of them has been coping in a different direction. Kyle leans into idealism and responsibility, the one who tried to stay engaged with the world instead of numbing out. He carries an edge of resentment too, because he was the friend who kept calling when Stan's depression made everything sound like shit. And those calls eventually stopped being returned. Cartman has reinvented himself in one of those bizarre, overcommitted ways that gives you a sense of how denial can be a full-time project. The performance is big, but the vulnerability underneath it is carefully buried. Kenny, by contrast, has taken a quieter path, working, building a life off to the side, the kid who used to die every week, now the one who listens more than he talks. Stan's absence left marks on all of them. There is guilt in the room. Did they abandon him when he needed help? Or did he abandon them when the world stopped being fun? The specials turn that question over and over. When Kyle brings up the old everything sounds like shit phase, it is not just a callback. It is a reminder that none of them really knew what to do with a depressed 10-year-old whose parents were splitting apart. Old patterns reassert themselves almost immediately. Cartman still pokes at Stan's sore spots, testing boundaries with comments that could be jokes or attacks depending on how Stan reacts. Kyle still positions himself as the one trying to reach him, pushing for real conversation instead of just nostalgia. Stan still sits in the middle, pulled between wanting the safety of these familiar roles and wanting to bolt before anyone gets too close. The comedy is still there, but the stakes are different now. Careers, marriages, and decades of resentment hang behind every punchline. Specific exchanges echo their childhood. Kyle questioning Stan's choices feels very close to the way he used to argue about moral lines in their kid adventures. Cartman's needling has the same rhythm as the old bus stop insults. Only now it lands on adult failures instead of fourth grade test scores. Kenny's few comments, when he does speak up, cut through the noise in a way that shows he has been paying attention all along. The reunion forces Stan to recognize that he wasn't the only one hurting. Kyle's anger, Cartman's elaborate persona, Kenny's caution. All of it is fallout from the night the group dynamic broke. There are flashes of genuine warmth, stories about saving whales and watching terrible student film level movies together with nothing more than a VHS player and bad snacks. But there is also the dawning awareness that they cannot go back to being those kids, no matter how long they sit in that room. By the end of this stretch, it becomes clear that this is not just a nostalgia catch-up, and the awkward laughs and the first serious arguments are setting up a larger confrontation with everything Stan walked away from. The project of avoidance has brought him right back to the people who remember exactly how he fell apart. The question is no longer whether he can keep running. It is what will happen when the next event forces all four of them to stop pretending the past is over. Facing the fire, Stan, Randy, and the cost of Tegridy. When the future timeline brings Stan back to Tegridy Farms, the story begins in a place that feels strangely untouched and completely ruined at the same time. The fields are still there. The branding is still about integrity. And Randy has preserved the farm as a monument to his own idea of what saved the family. It gives you a sense of a man who never really left his favorite episode of his own life. By this point in the specials, we're going to see that Tegridy is less a business and more a museum to Randy's ego. Long before Stan pulls up the driveway, we have watched how the farm project pushed the Marsh family to the edge. From chaotic weed schemes to the absurd reveal that Randy may have started the pandemic. Now, in this video's middle stretch, Stan walks into that history frozen in amber, carrying decades of resentment that began when he was a kid, watching his dad chase every trend. The emotional distance between them is immediate. Randy talks as if they are co-stars catching up on an old project, half bragging, half complaining about how no one understood his Tegridy vision. Stan answers with short, flat lines, and all sarcasm and exhaustion. The animation is calm, but the subtext is loud. This is a son who has spent years building armor because every previous conversation turned into a Randy performance. The confrontation builds through small, sharp moments. Stan finally says what he could never say at 10. When everything started sounding like shit, in You're Getting Old, he brings up the way Randy's selfish stunts tore through the house, how the Tegridy years helped drive his parents apart, how the family kept being collateral damage in whatever new identity Randy created for himself. The comedy is still there, but the rhythm has changed. The jokes land next to lines that sound very close to real therapy. Randy, in turn, does what he has always done. He deflects into grand narratives about saving the town, minimizes specific harms, or reframes events as necessary sacrifices for his big idea. He would later recall these moments as proof that nobody appreciates what he did, which quietly underlines the problem. Growing up with a parent who turned every crisis into a performance meant there was never much room for Stan's quieter pain. Underneath Stan's anger, there is something else. The story here is not just about blame. It is about longing for a father who can finally see him clearly. When Randy briefly drops the act, when his voice softens and he admits even a fraction of guilt, Stan's defenses crack for a second. It is not a sweeping reconciliation, but it is a noticeable shift from pure avoidance. The section at Tegridy ends on that uneasy middle ground. This confrontation does not cure Stan's depression, and the farm does not magically stop being a monument to Tegridy. What changes is the direction of the story. Stan moves from silently absorbing the chaos to naming what hurt him, setting up the final stretch, where the question is no longer whether he is broken, but whether he can build something beyond the roles his parents created. The pandemic specials, Stan's depression grows up. When the dust settles from that confrontation at Tegridy, the story does not jump to a happy ending. Instead, the timeline carries us into a world where Stan's inner landscape finally matches the outer one. After years of episodic chaos and quick resets, we move forward into the pandemic specials, where the kids are a little older, the town is quieter, and the background noise of crisis has become the main soundtrack. In this stretch, the story begins in a South Park that looks drained. The streets are empty, the school is closed, and even the bright colors feel washed out. The kids are still technically kids, but they stand a little taller, they speak a little slower, and they carry themselves with the weight of people who have already seen too much. It gives you a sense of what happens when a show that once thrived on noisy crowds and sudden disasters decides to sit in the silence between those disasters. Stan, in that silence, has grown into the version we might have expected after You're Getting Old. He is more withdrawn, more sarcastic than idealistic, and clearly exhausted by his family's routines and the town's non-stop emergencies. The animation is still stylized, but his posture tells the story. Shoulders slumped, eyes half-lidded, always bracing for the next bad announcement on the news. Long before the virus arrives in South Park, his emotional immune system is already worn down. The specials slow everything to match that mood. The pacing is deliberate, the jokes stretch out, and scenes linger on empty hallways, masked faces, and late-night TV reports humming in the background. That rhythm mirrors the way depression makes time feel. Distant, uncertain, and strangely hollow. The town's constant anxiety about the future, the arguments over rules and safety, even the way characters repeat the same routines day after day. All echo Stan's old sense that life has turned into noise he cannot filter. Crucially, the pandemic does not create his depression. It amplifies what was already there. His distrust of adults hardens as Randy turns the crisis into another Tegrity project, chasing schemes instead of stability. His frustration with institutions deepens as no one, from the school to the government, seems to know what they are doing. We're going to see familiar patterns. Stan watching the grown-ups flail, realizing there is no secret plan, and quietly adding that to the list of reasons everything feels pointless. At the same time, the way the specials handle his pain has aged up. Instead of cartoonish breakdowns or musical montages of everything sounding like shit, we see more realistic coping. Numbness, distraction, avoidance. Stan goes through the motions, scrolls through screens, drifts through conversations, and carries a constant low-level dread that feels very adult. The comedy is still there, but it sits on top of something heavier, the way a student film might hide its budget with nothing more than clever editing and a serious voiceover. In this video, we're going to treat this pandemic era as a turning point. This is where the depressed kid of season 15 begins to harden into the burned-out adult of the future timeline, the one who leaves South Park behind. And the real breaking point is not the virus or the masks or the empty classrooms. It is what happens inside Stan's house with his family and especially with Randy that finally pushes him past the edge the specials only begin to trace. Randy's pandemic spiral. When your parent becomes the problem. So when the specials move us into the pandemic era, we are not meeting a new Randy Marsh at all. We are watching the same attention-hungry, impulsive dad we have known for years, dropped into a global crisis where his worst habits finally stop being harmless background comedy and start to feel dangerous. The story begins with a familiar pattern. Something serious happens, the town panics, and Randy quietly asks himself how this can be about Randy. In the Tegrity Farms pandemic storyline, that instinct turns into an entire project. While the kids are locked down and the adults are supposed to be scared, Randy is out at the farm, retracing his trip to China, deciding that he personally might have caused the outbreak, and then turning that horror into branding, He packages his guilt into pandemic special weed, creates ads, and centers himself in every conversation about the crisis. The tragedy becomes a marketing opportunity, and the father becomes a salesman. And from Stan's perspective, this is not just another embarrassing stunt. He's old enough now to understand what infection, death counts, and economic collapse actually mean. And he is watching his dad film commercials in a field. He sees the gap between how adults say they care and what they actually do, and he still does not have the power to stop it. That powerless feeling, which began with smaller humiliations at Little League games and drunken town meetings, is now playing out against a backdrop of sirens and quarantines. Long before the pandemic, Stan had already been trained to expect disappointment. He watched a whale get launched onto the moon because adults would not admit a cruel joke had gone too far. He heard every song and every voice turn into shit in season 15, a sound design choice that gives you a sense of how depression flattens experience. He saw institutions, parents, and heroes fail on loop. The pandemic storyline is not a departure. It is confirmation that the grown-ups never learn. There is an emotional pattern here. Any time Stan tries to care about something sincerely, animals, music, relationships, Randy has a talent for turning it into a joke, a scheme, or a spectacle. Integrity was supposed to be about values. It becomes a running gag and a cash grab. The virus is supposed to be about survival. It becomes a special. How many times can a kid watch sincerity get crushed before detachment feels safer than hope? In this video, we're going to connect that to real-world dynamics as well. Living with a parent who thrives on chaos can teach a child that instability is normal and that their own feelings are background noise. Depression often grows in that kind of house, not with one dramatic blow, but with years of learning that calm never lasts and that speaking up only feeds the show. Is it any surprise that Stan's coping strategy slides toward numbness and escape? All of this turns the Marsh home into a pressure cooker. The farm, the pandemic branding, the endless self-centered crises. These are not just plot lines. They are the fuel that will make Stan's eventual breaking point feel inevitable. And in the future timeline, when one terrible night ends with everything around him in flames, we can trace the sparks right back here, to integrity, to the pandemic, and to a father who would not stop performing, even as his son quietly burned. The boys drift again. Pandemic distance and emotional distance. So when the pandemic specials arrive, they feel less like a wild new premise and more like the world finally catching up to Stan's inner weather. The town locks down, the schools close, and the kids who once clustered around a bus stop or a lunch table are suddenly framed by glitchy webcams and unstable internet connections instead of snowy streets and cafeteria noise. In those episodes, the story begins with the most basic change. The boys are not physically together. Their chaotic togetherness, the shouting over one another, and running through town with nothing more than a bad plan and winter hats, is replaced by delayed audio on Zoom calls and carefully scheduled hangouts that keep falling apart. We see them in separate houses and surrounded by parents, siblings, and background TV, trying to recreate their old rhythm through screens. It does not quite work. The pauses are longer. The jokes arrive a beat late. For Stan, this shift lands on a fault line that was already there. Long before anyone in South Park had heard the word quarantine, he had gone through season 15's You're Getting Old, where music turned into noise and conversations turned into that famous wall of shit. He had watched his parents split, watched his friendships wobble, and watched his own sense of childhood stability evaporate almost overnight. So when the pandemic physically separates the boys, it quietly confirms something he already believes. Nothing stays the same, and every connection is one bad month away from disappearing. We can see the echo of his breakup with Wendy and his emotional split from Kyle in the way these specials stage distance. Back then, Stan began to pull back because the world felt wrong. Now the world is objectively wrong, and the pullback is enforced by public health orders. The earlier isolation was emotional, expressed through sarcasm, drinking, and that numb walk home. The new isolation is logistical, but it lands in the same place. The pattern would later recall those season 15 images even when no one says it out loud. Conversations between the boys feel slightly off. The animation is the same, the voices are the same, yet the timing has a new stiffness. Stan does not fully open up about how burnt out he is, and when Cartman tries to turn remote school into a grift, and the comedy lands with a faint edge of anxiety rather than pure mischief, it gives you a sense of how shared trauma can flatten even this show's usual energy. This is also where the specials quietly model something very close to real depression. On paper, Stan is still talking to his friends. There are calls, group plans, arguments, but the mediated contact feels hollow, as if he is watching his own life through the same screen they use for class. Depression can make digital connection feel like a bad dub of an old film. The mouths move, the lines are there, but the emotional track does not sync. The other kids each develop their own pandemic coping strategies. Cartman leans into scams and avoidance. Kyle obsesses over fairness. Kenny disappears into the background, and then into something much darker. Stan's coping, though, height is consistent with his entire history on the show. He shuts down. He gets more cynical. He assumes, with a tired certainty that feels far older than his age, that things are just going to keep getting worse. In this video, we're going to see that this is not a temporary phase. It is the template for his adulthood. By the time the specials hint at a future timeline, the groundwork is already in place. The boys have learned to live apart, to let missed calls slide, to treat distance as normal. The pandemic does not create that drift, but it hardens it. And when we eventually jump forward and find decades of silence between them, it will feel less like a twist and more like the inevitable endpoint of this slow, quiet separation. From kid to burnout, setting up future. Stan, by the time the pandemic era winds down, we leave Stan in a strangely quiet place. The town has gone through global crisis, death, and resurrection, and Stan has gone through something subtler but just as permanent. He is tired, he's disillusioned, and he is still stuck orbiting Randy. The boys are technically back together, but the easy, automatic closeness of childhood has been replaced by missed calls and long pauses. When we look at those specials in order, it gives you a sense of emotional drift rather than dramatic closure. Stan moves through the pandemic story as someone who has already lost faith once, back in You're Getting Old, and is now watching the world confirm his worst suspicions. Adults are selfish or absurd. Institutions are incompetent. And even a once familiar town feels more like a trap than a home. And the story begins to feel less about surviving a virus and more about surviving adulthood. In this video, we're going to treat the eventual jump to future Stan, not as a random gag, but as the endpoint of a long arc that began when everything started to sound like shit. Long before the Paramount Plus specials, that sound design joke in season 15 established that Stan's basic experience of the world had shifted. The comedy was still there, but for him, the signal had become noise. What happens when a kid who already hears everything as meaningless grows up into a world that keeps proving him right? By this stage, a few core traits define him. He lives in chronic disappointment with adults, from Randy's tegrity obsession to the revolving door of authority figures who promise solutions and deliver chaos. And he carries a deep distrust of any institution, whether it is the school, the government, or the latest scientific panel. His first instinct is to numb out instead of engage, to withdraw into games or deadpan sarcasm, because caring has repeatedly led straight to pain. The animation is still bright, but his inner palate has dulled. Burnout, in this framework, becomes an extension of that depression. When a person has been emotionally overextended for years, the mind begins to conserve energy in the only way it can. It shuts down the capacity to hope or invest. Stan has been the moral center, the one who worries about whales, about consumerism, about basic decency. Eventually, that constant vigilance curdles into exhaustion. Why stand up again if the town will just forget the lesson by next week? We can already see childhood coping mechanisms quietly maturing into adult avoidance. The sarcastic one-liners become whole conversations he does not bother to have. The image of him drinking in his room in Asperger's becomes a template for later self-medication. Jokes about his dad's drinking and integrity-branded everything play as broad comedy. But for Stan, they model escape as the default response. Leaving town, cutting off family, refusing to look back, those will not appear out of nowhere. What the show is doing, very gradually, is aging up its own metaphor for mental health. Once, his inner world was a blunt audio gag. Everything is shit. In the pandemic era, the metaphor stretches into something slower and more adult. A life that feels empty, repetitive, and disconnected, even when the plot is loud. And the episodes would later recall this mood when they reveal future Stan's routine. But the seeds are already in place. So when we finally cut forward and see him older, alone, and living far from South Park, it will not feel like a sketch premise. It will feel like the next, inevitable frame in a long film. He has done everything he can to escape the town, the Tegrity farm, and the kid he used to be. The question is, when the story catches up to him again, how much of South Park has really stayed behind? Future Stan arrives. A life built on avoidance. When the story catches up to him again, we do not see the energetic kid on his bike or the fourth grader arguing about morals with his friends. We see a man in his 40s answering a video call in a dim room with a voice that has been sanded down by years of disappointment, and the animation is cleaner, the resolution higher, but everything about Stan feels worn out. The first impression of future Stan in the Paramount Plus specials is striking because of how little he seems to inhabit his own life. His hair is greyed and unkempt, his eyes are ringed with fatigue, and his posture is permanently slouched, as if the weight of South Park has settled into his spine. He speaks in short, flat lines, with a kind of automatic politeness that never quite reaches warmth. The kid who once screamed and cried and cared now answers with a tired, "Yeah, whatever." As the scenes go on, the visual and behavioral cues of depression become hard to miss. The apartment is sparse and functional, not curated by someone who enjoys being there. Small talk with the old gang feels strained, full of pauses and half-finished sentences, and when big news drops, he does not react with shock or anger. He just nods, processes, and moves on, as though every emotion has to fight through a thick layer of numbness before it reaches the surface. It gives you a sense of a man who still exists, but no longer really lives. Crucially, Stan is physically far from South Park. Long before we learn the details, the geography tells a story. He has built a whole adult life somewhere else, away from the mountains, away from the farm, away from the house where his parents screamed and his childhood cracked. That distance works as a quiet metaphor for avoidance. He has not worked through what happened. He has tried to outrun it. How many people move cities or change jobs, hoping the zip code will fix what therapy never got to touch? In this video, we're going to see that this pattern mirrors real-world depression more than it parodies it. Many people with long-term untreated depression cut ties, reinvent themselves, or keep starting over with nothing more than a new lease and a new commute. The reset feels dramatic, but the same thoughts follow them into every new room. When Stan does talk about his childhood and the town, his language is a mix of bitterness and evasive sarcasm. He throws out lines about how everything was messed up, or how the town ruined things, but he resists specifics, as if naming the events would make them replay in his head. The whale on the moon, the Tegrity years, the divorce, the drinking as a kid. Those stay off screen in his own dialogue. The avoidance is the point. Adult Stan is not a brand new character, and he is the logical extension of the kid who learned, episode after episode, that caring hurts, and that adults will always find a way to ruin whatever joy the kids create. The story begins with a sensitive child in a chaotic town, and it leads, step by step, to a man who has decided that shutting down is safer than feeling anything at all. By the end of these future scenes, a quiet mystery settles in. Something happened between Stan, his family, and the town that scorched whatever was left of his hope. The specials hint at it without fully explaining it. What exactly turned distance into exile? And why, after all these years, can he still not let South Park go? The night of the fire. Trauma that never left. When the specials finally show us the night of the fire, the quiet mystery from earlier snaps into a single brutal image. So in this video, we move from hints and implications to the one event that explains why distance turned into exile for Stan Marsh. The story begins with something painfully familiar in Stan's life. A fight with Randy. It is not one huge dramatic showdown at first, but the latest in a long chain of arguments about weed, success, and who ruined whose life. Long before the flames, the house is already hot with resentment. Sharon is exhausted, Shelley is angry, and Stan is caught in the middle, again, trying to hold together a family that has been cracking for years. By the time that argument escalates into chaos, it feels less like a twist and more like a culmination. Randy's selfish projects, his need to turn everything into a spectacle, and his refusal to listen have been building pressure in that house since Stan was a kid. The pandemic farm, the Tegrity branding, the constant demand that everyone revolve around his latest idea. All of it piles up until one night, words turn into action, action turns into disaster, and the Marsh home becomes a literal firestorm. The special does not linger on graphic detail. The fire starts, the house goes up, and Sharon and Shelley do not make it out. What we stay with instead is Stan's emotional experience. There is that first flash of shock when he cannot quite believe what is happening. Then rage aimed at Randy, at himself, at the town that always seemed to reward Randy's worst impulses. And then, as the smoke clears, a flat, numb horror settles in. The animation is calm, almost still, which gives you a sense of how frozen he is inside. This is not the first time Stan has blamed himself when the world collapses. Long before this night, he was the kid who helped send a whale to the moon and then carried the guilt of that cruel joke. He was the one who tried to do the right thing in story after story, only to watch everything fall apart anyway. So when his mother and sister die in a fire that began in the middle of a family war, his brain follows an old, well-worn path. If he had said something different, done something different, maybe they would still be alive. Would later recall is not even necessary. We can see it on his face. Trauma often locks a part of a person at the age when it happened. For Stan, a piece of him is still that kid in the burning house, replaying the argument line by line, searching for the sentence that could have saved them. The adult who drinks, who keeps moving, who claims to hate South Park, Iron is built around that frozen core. And this is why that single night explains decades of avoidance. It is not just that the town is annoying or that Randy is embarrassing. South Park is the place where his family burned and where his worst fears about himself were confirmed. Every street, every building is a reminder of the worst thing that ever happened to him and the worst version of himself he believes he saw that night. From here, we're going to see how that fire does more than isolate Stan. It spreads in quieter ways, seeping into what remains of his friendships with the other boys, and turning even their shared history into something he can barely stand to touch. Guilt as gravity. Why Stan can't forgive himself. In the future timeline specials, when adult Stan talks about the fire, he does not describe it as a disaster that happened to his family. He describes it as something he did. The story begins with a small shift in wording. He does not say, "There was a fire." He says, "I burned down my family home." That phrasing turns a chaotic night into a single, damning action, with himself neatly placed at the center. Long before the weed farm and the pandemic specials, the show had created Stan as the kid who tried to do the right thing when everything around him was absurd. He was the one horrified by animal cruelty, the one begging people not to send a whale to the moon, the one who still believed adults might eventually act like adults. When someone grows up in that role, any failure is not simply a bad night. It feels like the collapse of an entire identity. If the moral center can end up standing in a burning house, what does that say about who they really are? This is where depression quietly rewrites cause and effect. In this video, we are not watching an objective investigation of what happened at Tegrity Farms. We are watching Stan's mind run a private trial in which he is always both the defendant and the judge. Depression tells him that the marriage problems, the drinking, the escalation between Randy and Sharon were background noise. The real issue, it insists, is that he was there, he argued, he snapped, and therefore he must have caused it. We are going to see that this distorted responsibility gives him a story that feels terrible but coherent. It fits with the belief that he has carried since "You're Getting Old," when everything began to sound like shit, and he started drinking alone in his room. Back then, the world felt broken. Now, the logic has flipped. Maybe the world is not broken. Maybe he is. That thought is painful, but it is stable, and depression often prefers a cruel certainty over an honest, chaotic unknown. The guilt becomes a kind of gravity. Stan replays the fight with his parents, the words about Tegrity, the decision to leave, as if there is one exact moment where a different sentence would have saved everyone. He circles those memories the way the early kids circled the dead whale on the moon, staring at something that will not move, hoping it might suddenly get up. It never does, but going back feels compulsory. That gravity then justifies punishment, as staying away from South Park, keeping his life small, cutting off the kids who knew him before the farm. All of that becomes a quiet sentence he believes he deserves. The comedy of the specials, with their future tech and exaggerated midlife crises, gives you a sense of how far the town has gone. But Stan's world has narrowed to a single verdict. He is dangerous to the people he loves. The show itself does not agree. It never frames him as the clear cause of the fire, only as the one person determined to carry it forever. With nothing more than his own thoughts, he becomes his harshest judge and his own jailer. The only force that might challenge that gravity is the one thing he has been avoiding for years, walking back toward the people who knew him before everything fell apart, and risking that they might see something different in him than he sees in himself. Kyle and Stan, a friendship, frozen in time. When we finally return to the future timeline, the story begins with a face we already know, but a distance we have never seen before. Kyle is still there, still in Stan's orbit, but the easy rhythm that defined them as kids has frozen into something careful and brittle. Long before the specials jump ahead in time, the series had built Kyle as the friend who challenged Stan, argued with him, and still walked home beside him at the end of the episode. In the adult future, that pattern has been interrupted, but not erased. Kyle never fully stopped caring. He stayed in South Park, built a life, and kept a space in his head where Stan might one day come back. How it gives you a sense of how powerful those childhood bonds are, that even after years of silence, he still picks up the phone. When they actually see each other again, the awkwardness does most of the talking. The conversation is stilted, full of short, safe questions about work, logistics, and who is still in town. Old in-jokes get tested and then hang in the air when they do not quite land. We can feel everything they are not saying about burned houses, dead parents, and the fact that one of them left while the other stayed. The comedy is still there, but it has the energy of a student film reunion, where everyone is aware of the bad haircuts and the unfinished projects. In this video, we are going to treat Kyle as more than just the other kid. In the future timeline, he represents the version of Stan that might have been more engaged with the world, more hopeful that institutions can be fixed, more willing to fight for what is right instead of walking away. When Kyle pushes back on cynicism or insists that people can change, he's basically arguing with the path Stan chose. For someone living with Stan's mindset, that is exhausting. Being around Kyle forces him to confront the gap between who he was and who he has become. Every time Kyle remembers some old stand he took against cruelty, or some short adventure where Stan tried to save a whale or stop a war, it quietly underlines how far he has fallen into avoidance and alcohol. How do we relax around a person who remembers the earlier draft of our life? So we see small, telling moments. Kyle reaches out emotionally, asks real questions, wonders what Stan is actually feeling about Randy, about South Park, about the past. Stan deflects with dry jokes, changes the subject, or retreats into practical details. The pattern is consistent. When the conversation moves toward forgiveness or genuine grief, he shuts down. With nothing more than a few lines of dialogue, the show maps out a whole defensive system. Friendships, for someone in Stan's position, carry both comfort and threat. The people who know us best are also the ones who can most clearly see how far we have drifted from our own values. In the specials, that tension sits between Stan and Kyle in every shared frame. The question is not just whether they can reconnect, It is whether Stan can stand being seen by the one person who would later recall exactly who he used to be. And as we move forward, we're going to see whether this frozen friendship can actually thaw, and what that might unlock in Stan's depression next. Cartman, but different. How Stan sees Eric in the future. When the specials jump us forward into the future, the story begins with a quiet shock. Eric Cartman, of all characters, appears to have grown into a stable, loving adult. Long before we see Stan's face, we are shown Cartman in a modest home, with a wife, kids, and a rabbi's outfit that would have felt like a throwaway gag in any earlier season, but here is presented almost disarmingly straight. Cartman talks about faith and family. He dotes on his children. The animation lingers on small domestic details in a way that gives you a sense of how far this character has travelled from the kid who once fed Scott Tenorman, his parents. The comedy is still there, but it is muted, almost restrained, as if the show itself is testing how much change the audience will accept. In this video, we are going to treat that restraint as deliberate. The more sincere Cartman looks, the more pressure it puts on Stan. When Stan finally encounters this version of Cartman, his response is immediate and cutting. He does not lean in. He does not ask curious questions. He defaults to sarcasm and suspicion. The idea that Cartman has become a devoted husband and spiritual guide is, to Stan, just another long con waiting for a punchline. Every time Cartman insists that he has changed, Stan's body language closes off. The old moral center has learned to flinch first. This reaction tells us more about Stan than it does about Cartman. By this point, our Stan has spent years in a depressive fog where everything sounded like shit, where his parents' marriage fell apart, and where every institution that was supposed to help him either failed or turned into another joke. When healing has always arrived with strings attached, genuine transformation stops feeling real. It starts to feel threatening. If someone as toxic as Cartman can turn his life around, then what does that say about all the nights Stan spent alone, convinced that change was impossible for him? Underneath the banter, there is a deeper discomfort. Stan has built an identity around being broken, around being the kid who saw through the nonsense and paid for that clarity with isolation. Cartman standing there, calm and emotionally available, functions almost as an accusation. Was there another path Stan could have taken? And could he have done the work, instead of burning his life down and fleeing South Park with nothing more than a bottle and a grudge? Key interactions underline this clash. Cartman reaches out with what seems like real concern, and Stan meets it with a wall. The former villain is the one offering connection. The former conscience of the group is the one who cannot accept it at face value. The irony is sharp but quiet, and it extends the long-running theme that these characters keep trading roles as they age. Whether Cartman's change is entirely sincere or not almost becomes secondary. For our purposes, the important part is what it exposes in Stan. A settled belief that healing is something that happens to other people in other timelines. The next step in his story is seeing what happens when that belief is finally challenged head-on. I'm reopening old wounds, returning to South Park. That challenge really begins when Stan is dragged back to the place he's spent decades avoiding. In the future timeline, when he returns to South Park, the story begins with something very simple. A car rolling into town, snow on the ground, and a man who already looks tired before he even steps onto the sidewalk. Long before anyone says much, the town does the talking. We're going to notice the quiet callbacks first. the familiar wooden sign at the edge of South Park, the same jagged mountains, the clustered houses that all still look a little like cardboard cutouts. It gives you a sense of how little the town has changed, even as Stan has tried to reinvent himself somewhere else. The comedy is that the place still looks cheap and flat, and the drama is that it holds everything he's tried not to remember. When Stan walks past the old bus stop, the framing slows down. This is where the kids once waited for school, where they debated Terence and Philip, where the world was still absurd but manageable. Now it feels smaller, almost shrunken, and Stan barely looks at it. That half-second glance away is the show's way of telling us he cannot really bear to see those earlier versions of himself. Who wants to meet the kid who still thought the adults might figure it out? The town becomes a living scrapbook of his trauma. The school is not just a building. It's where he watched friendships fracture, where Wendy drifted away, where growing up stopped being a background process and became something painful and conscious. His family home is not just a house, and it's where his parents' marriage fell apart, where every argument, every bottle, everything sounds like shit. Night is still echoing in the walls. Even Tegrity Farms hangs over things as an off-screen landmark, a reminder of Randy's worst behavior turned into a brand. We see small, specific recalls. A pause before he turns onto his old street. A blank, almost dissociated stare when someone mentions his dad. A tightness around his mouth when the school comes into view. The comedy is still there. Background gags, throwaway lines, the town's usual weirdness. But it rests on top of this very visible shutdown. The jokes arrive with nothing more than a shrug, and the grief stays. In this video, we can connect that to real life. Returning to a hometown after trauma often feels haunted, not by ghosts, but by previous drafts of ourselves. And every corner is a version of, this is where things went wrong. The show leans into that feeling, then undercuts it with humor, then lets the discomfort creep back in. Simply being back starts to crack Stan's emotional armor. His detached, burned-out persona depends on distance, and South Park erases that distance with every street sign. How long can he pretend he's moved on when every landmark is insisting otherwise? That forced confrontation with place is what finally opens the door, for better or worse, to facing the people and memories he's been running from, and the next steps of the story will push that door wide open. Facing Randy again. Anger, grief, and the father wound. When Stan finally walks back into Randy's orbit in the future timeline, the story begins not with a grand reconciliation, but with an awkward, the middle-aged man who has grown older without really growing up. Long before the pandemic specials, Randy's blend of self-importance and emotional cluelessness was a running joke. In this video, we're going to see how that same trait, stretched across decades, quietly becomes the core of Stan's depression. In the future scenes, the first thing that stands out is how familiar Randy still is. The hair is thinner, the Tegrity merch is dustier, but the performance is the same. He talks about his weed farm as if it were a great film that changed the world, and he tells the kids how hard he had it, how nobody understood his vision. The animation is calmer, the colors are muted, and that gives you a sense of how much the emotional volume has shifted from slapstick to something heavier, and the tension in their conversations begins almost immediately. Stan's voice stays low, his shoulders tight, and every answer is a short, clipped sentence. Randy, meanwhile, drifts into self-pity and justification, explaining the pandemic, the Tegrity years, even the fire. as if they were unfortunate misunderstandings in a student project rather than the events that blew his family apart. They are technically talking, but they are not in the same conversation. How many families end up in that same split-screen reality? Stan's anger in these scenes is layered. On the surface, it is about the literal fire that destroyed his home and killed his mother. A moment the specials frame with the blunt force of a disaster movie. Underneath that, it is about the pandemic years, when Randy turned crisis into branding, and it's about all the nights when the kid had to be the adult in the room, while his father chased attention with nothing more than another scheme. Every time Randy shrugs and says he did his best, we can feel another fuse burn down. This is where the father wound comes into focus. When the parent who should be a safe base is instead a source of chaos, the world stops feeling predictable, and the self stops feeling worth protecting. Stan, who once tried to save whales and believed that reason could win the day, would later recall those efforts from a future where his own father could not even protect their house. The satire of an overgrown man-child becomes a quiet study of what happens to the kids who grow up around him. We see it in the cracks in Stan's composure. In mid-argument, his voice suddenly breaks on a single word, or he just shuts down, staring at the floor while Randy keeps talking. For a few seconds, the adult facade drops, and the camera might as well be on the fourth grader from You're Getting Old, hearing everything turn to meaningless noise. How do we negotiate with someone when our nervous system has already decided the conversation is unsafe? Confronting Randy is both necessary and excruciating for Stan's mental health. The specials frame these scenes as the first time he really says the unsaid, naming the betrayal instead of drowning it in alcohol or distance. But the story does not pretend that one argument can heal decades of damage. By the end of their most brutal exchange, nothing is neatly resolved, and yet something is different. There is a tiny crack in the wall Stan has built around his own heart, and through that gap, and the next phase of his story is about to force its way in. Can you go back? The question at the heart of Stan's story. When that crack appears in the wall around Stan's heart, the question that slips through it is deceptively simple. Can he ever go back? In the future specials, the story begins with time travel and alternate timelines. But the real stakes are not about paradoxes or saving the multiverse. They are about whether these kids, now worn-down adults, can heal the fractures inside themselves, or whether the damage has settled in as permanent architecture. We watch Stan in that future timeline, and we're going to see a man who has arranged his entire life around avoiding his own memories. Long before the streaming era specials, he was the everyman kid of South Park, the one who could still be moved by a whale on the moon or a talking poo without collapsing. By the time we reach the Paramount Plus projects, that kid feels almost hypothetical. The emotional question hanging over every scene is whether Stan can ever feel like more than the sum of his worst moments, or whether his story has been narrowed to a highlight reel of loss, resentment, and burned bridges. This is where South Park's relationship with nostalgia becomes important. The show has always revisited its past, sometimes with nothing more than a cutaway to an old adventure, sometimes with entire arcs built on reboots and callbacks. It gives you a sense of a town that remembers its own absurd history. But each return quietly insists on the same rule. We do not actually go back. We reinterpret, we reframe. The kids who once stormed Imagination Land or fought over a PSP are now adults who would later recall those events through hangovers, divorces, and midlife disappointment. For someone living with depression, that idea of going back is not comforting. In Stan's case, the past is not a warm glow. It is a catalogue of shame and failure. After you're getting old, when the music turns to distorted noise and everyone sounds like shit, the instinct is not to repair old connections. It is to torch them. The move to leave South Park, the distance from Randy, even the way he talks about childhood in the specials, all carry the same logic. If the bridge only leads back into pain, better to blow it up. So when the boys reminisce in the future timeline, the contrast is striking. Kyle can still find a tentative warmth in those memories, and almost embarrassed by it, but willing to admit that the kids they were mattered. Stan sits in the same conversations like a guest at someone else's reunion. The comedy of remembering low-budget student film levels of chaos in their childhood adventures is undercut by his discomfort, the way he looks away when their shared history gets too specific. In this video, the show's answer to all of this is deliberately modest. There is no clean reset button, no wish that erases Tegrity Farms or dead parents or years of alcohol-soaked avoidance. Instead, the specials keep asking whether small, awkward steps toward connection still count, even when nothing can undo what has been done. Can a phone call matter? Can a hesitant apology move the needle at all? By the end of this stretch of the timeline, and the possibility of Stan going back has been quietly redefined. It is not about time travel or magical cures or grand cinematic gestures. It is about whether, in the quiet spaces after the big sci-fi plots wind down, he can stay in the room with the people who hurt him and whom he hurt, and let those uneasy, human moments continue. Tiny cracks of light, moments where Stan lets hope. In the future timeline specials, we begin to see that staying in the room is not just an abstract idea. It plays out in tiny, almost throwaway beats, where Stan's armor slips and something softer gets through. The story begins with moments so small they could be missed on a first watch, yet they quietly reframe everything we think we know about his depression. One of the clearest is the first time Stan laughs, and it is not weaponized sarcasm. It often comes when the kids are thrown into some new, overcomplicated scheme that looks, in broad strokes, a lot like their old adventures. A grown-up Cartman will say something so extravagantly self-serving that it collapses under its own weight, and Stan lets out a short, involuntary laugh. The sound is different from the bitter snorts we hear in You're Getting Old. It is a real response to genuine absurdity, and it gives you a sense of how his nervous system is slowly recalibrating. We also see flashes of honest vulnerability, usually with Kyle. Long before the sci-fi plotting resolves, there are quiet scenes where the two of them step aside from the main crisis. Stan admits he is afraid of going back to South Park, or that he regrets how completely he cut everyone off. Kyle, who would later recall his own resentments, does not fix it with a speech. He just stands there with him. The animation is simple, the staging almost bare, with nothing more than two kids in a hallway or at a table, but the emotional weight is unmistakable. These are emotional test runs. Each time Stan lets himself care, he is running a small experiment. Is it safe to laugh at this? Can he say, "I messed up," without the world collapsing again? The show frames these as inconsistent and fragile. In one scene, he opens up. In the next, he snaps back into detachment or anger. That inconsistency is the point. In this video, we're going to see that recovery here is not a neat character arc. It is a series of hesitant steps forward and sideways. For anyone who has lived with depression, this pattern feels familiar. and progress rarely arrives as a dramatic sunrise where everything is suddenly fine. It appears as brief moments of engagement, agreeing to help with a plan, answering a call, joining an argument, and staying long enough to hear the joke at the end. South Park translates that clinical reality into comedy, but it never fully undercuts it. The boys working together again is crucial. Collaboration forces Stan to track other people's pain instead of only his own. Kenny's exhaustion, Kyle's lingering anger, even Cartman's warped coping strategies remind him that he is not the only one who has been broken by this town. The missions are messy, the plans half-baked, the tone swings between bleak and farce. Yet the simple fact that they are a group project pulls him out of total isolation. These cracks of light do not erase what happened to him, and the whale is still on the moon. The divorce still happened. The bottle in his hand, in Asperger's, is still part of the story. But every time he laughs for real, or says, "I'm scared" instead of whatever, the show quietly challenges his belief that nothing can ever get better, and sets the stage for the final phase of his arc, where he has to decide what living with that uncertainty actually looks like. Acceptance, not erasure. What healing looks like for Stan. So when we move into the future specials, the story does not suddenly flip into a cheerful epilogue where everything is fine and Stan wakes up cured. The hangover from "everything sounds like shit" is still there, just quieter. And what changes is not his brain chemistry in a single scene, but his willingness to stay in the room, keep talking, and keep trying when every instinct tells him to walk away. Healing, in this version of South Park, begins with not bolting for the door. In the pandemic era and the far future timelines, we're going to see that play out in small, stubborn choices. Stan comes back to South Park at all, which is already a major shift from the kid who once coped by declaring the whole world garbage. He re-engages with Kyle and the others, not with the easy rhythm of childhood, but with the awkward, halting tone of adults who have decades of unfinished arguments between them. The animation is smoother, the jokes are bigger, but the emotional work is almost minimalist. He stays, he listens, he answers. One of the clearest markers is how he faces Randy. Long before the specials, running from his dad's chaos was almost a survival skill. Keeping distance from Tegrity Farms felt safer than admitting how much damage had been done. In the future, Stan sits across from Randy and names specific harms instead of shrinking into sarcasm. The conversations are messy and not particularly cinematic. The film framing is still comedic, with nothing more than a weed farm and some aging marshmen yelling, yet it gives you a sense of how hard it is for him not to shut down. We also see him let grief land without immediately drowning it in alcohol or cynicism. When old friends die, when the town changes beyond recognition, the camera lingers on Stan not making a joke, not reaching for a bottle, just standing there and feeling it. That is a quiet but radical shift from the kid who used shit as a universal filter for experience. The acceptance here is not passive, and it is the active decision to let pain exist without turning it into noise. In mental health terms, this is acceptance rather than erasure. Healing, for Stan, means learning to live with his history and his brain, not pretending either one can be deleted. His tone softens slightly by the end of these arcs. He is still sarcastic, still world-weary, still the kid who saw a whale on the moon, but there is a small hint of warmth and openness that was absent in Asperger's. He reaches out more. He blames himself less. Responsibility also shifts. Instead of carrying impossible guilt for every disaster, he starts to own his reactions and his choices, while finally recognizing that other adults made catastrophic decisions long before he had any power. The show respects the complexity of long-term depression by refusing a neat bow, and Stan is still Stan, just with a little more room to breathe. And in this video, as we move into the final section, we'll step back and look at what that whole journey, from idealistic kid to burned-out adult, tells us about growing up in a world that often still feels like shit, even when we keep going anyway. What Stan's story really tells us about growing up, when we step back from all the individual episodes and specials, Stan's story begins to look very simple and very familiar. He is a kid who cared too much, got hurt too often, and slowly shut down until the world around him sounded like static. At some point, he had to decide whether he was going to stay that way forever. Long before the whale on the moon or the pandemic specials, Stan was the relatively grounded kid in a chaotic town, and the one who would stand up for abused animals or call out adults when they were being ridiculous. The early animal cruelty plots, the constant deaths, the casual violence around the kids, all gave us a sense of a child who keeps trying to make moral sense of a place that refuses to cooperate. Each short, absurd episode chipped away at his belief that caring automatically makes a difference. By the time we reach the whale stranded on the moon, that disillusionment has a clear shape. The story is framed as a sincere attempt to help, carried out by kids who still trust the wrong adults, and it ends in a frozen, silent image that feels more like an autopsy than a punchline. It is one of those moments where South Park quietly drops the comedy mask and lets the horror sit there, and Stan is right in the middle of it, and season 15 takes all of that accumulated weight and finally names it. In You're Getting Old, the sound design turns the world into literal shit noises, and the breakup with Wendy, the distance from Kyle, and his parents' separation all fold into one long, grey slide. The fire in his house, the drinking alone in his room, the failed attempts at therapy in Asperger's, turn Stan into a portrait of burnout that many adults would later recall as uncomfortably accurate. In this video, we're going to treat that not as a one-off gag, but as the through line of his life. Animal cruelty, the whale, the everything is shit era, the breakup, the fire, the pandemic future, where he has left South Park behind. Each event is another layer of proof that the institutions around him are unstable, and that seeing the world clearly can hurt. When a character is the one who notices that the emperor has no clothes, how long before they start wondering whether anything is worth believing in at all? At the same time, the series refuses to glamorize that collapse. The animation is simple, the jokes keep coming, and yet Stan's pain is treated with a steady seriousness that stands out in a project built on shock and satire. His recovery is not a grand speech. It is a series of small, imperfect choices to keep showing up, to reconnect, to try again tomorrow. Stan Marsh's life does not hand us easy answers. It gives us a map of what it feels like to grow up, break down, and still search for reasons, however small, to stay human in an absurd world, setting the stage for our closing thoughts on why that map matters, now from Little League to midlife, tracing Stan's whole arc in one line. So when we zoom out, Stan's recovery arc is only one frame in a much longer picture. The story begins long before season 15, with a small, blue-hatted kid who was designed to be the normal one in a town that never stopped screaming. From the earliest episodes, Stan is the relatable everyman. The other boys lean into extremes. Cartman as pure-eared, Kyle as anxious conscience, Kenny as walking disaster. But Stan is the one who quietly reacts for the audience. He is grounded, a little bewildered, and usually the moral center. In this video, we're going to treat everything that happens to him, from those first seasons to the Paramount Plus specials, as one continuous emotional timeline rather than a set of disconnected jokes. In childhood, that timeline begins at home. Randy and Sharon love him, but the house is not stable. Randy drinks, chases fads, and turns every minor event into a full-scale crisis. Sharon tries to hold things together and often ends up exhausted. The pattern is simple. The adults are loud and chaotic, and the kid quietly absorbs it. That gives you a sense of why Stan so often ends up standing in the middle of the chaos, trying to explain what just happened. Layered on top of that are the early traumas. We watch him confront animal cruelty, from Terrence and Philip-style cartoon violence to episodes where pets are abused or sacrificed for some absurd cause. We see the whale launched to the moon as a prank that turns into a dead body in the sky. Violence and death become background noise, treated as normal by the town. Each time, Stan is the one who looks around and asks, and in effect, is everyone else really okay with this? And each time, the answer is that the adults move on. By the time we reach "You're Getting Old," the ground has already shifted under him. The moment where music and conversation turn into distorted shit sounds is not a random twist. It is the sound design version of years of disillusionment hardening into depression. He has watched his parents separate, watched institutions fail, watched his own friends drift. The breakup with Wendy, the growing distance from the boys, and his sense that their games no longer mean anything, all act as accelerants. Low-level sadness and confusion become full-on isolation. In the adult specials and future timelines, that same thread simply stretches further. Stan leaves South Park, walls himself off in small apartments and distant cabins. Our man repeats the cycles he grew up around. Avoidance, resentment, and substance use as a way to dull the noise. The kid who tried to protect animals becomes the adult who burns down his childhood home, as if erasing the setting might erase the feelings. Seen this way, Stan's life reads as one long story about what happens when a sensitive kid never really gets a safe place to process what he has seen. In the next section, we're going to pull that story together into a clear explanation of what his depression actually is, what causes it, and what it tells us about growing up in a world that does not slow down for anyone. The core wound. When the world stops making sense, when we pull those moments together, a pattern starts to emerge. The core wound in Stan's story is not one single event, and it is the slow realization that the world has stopped making sense, and no one else seems bothered by that. The adults are hypocritical, the institutions are useless, and even the people who love him cannot be trusted to stay the same. Long before season 15, the story begins in those early episodes where Stan is still presented as the everyman kid. He is the one who cares when animals are hurt, who worries when something feels wrong. Again and again, the town responds with indifference or spectacle. When adults ignore suffering or turn a crisis into a self-serving performance, Stan is left standing in the wreckage, trying to process emotions that no one around him will even name. We see this in the animal abuse stories, where grown-ups treat cruelty as entertainment or profit, while the kids quietly absorb the horror, and we see it when the boys help send a whale to the moon, only to discover that the entire mission was a joke played by bored adults. The image of that whale stranded in space is darkly comic, but it also gives you a sense of how abandoned Stan feels. The message is simple. The people in charge will do anything for a laugh, and living creatures are collateral damage. Over time, repeated exposure to that cruelty and absurdity becomes its own kind of lesson. The constant, casual deaths, the disasters that reset next week, the way no institution, from the school to the government to the media, ever really protects anyone. All of that teaches Stan that nothing really matters. Isn't that exactly how depressive thinking begins to take root? If every tragedy is followed by a shrug and a new episode, why should his feelings be any different? By the time we reach "You're Getting Old," the show finally makes that internal shift literal. The "everything sounds like shit" sound design is not just a gag about a grumpy fourth grader. It is what happens when his brain decides the world is broken and then rewires perception to match. Music, conversation, even small talk from his parents, all collapse into the same distorted noise. In this video, we're going to treat that as the moment his inner belief system hardens. Betrayal and inconsistency deepen the wound. Wendy leaves him. The boys drift away. Randy keeps reinventing himself, geologist, musician, integrity farmer, with nothing more than a passing thought for what it costs his family. Each change reinforces the idea that love and stability are temporary or conditional or both. How do we build trust when the ground keeps moving? Stan's response is to go numb. If everything is stupid and everyone is selfish, then it hurts less when things fall apart. Emotional cynicism becomes his armor. The comedy is that he sounds like a tiny film critic who would later recall how everything went downhill. But underneath the bit is a defense mechanism that makes joy and connection harder to feel. Even in adulthood, that same wound is still active. His distance from South Park, his anger at Randy, his reluctance to reconnect, all grow from the belief that returning home means being hurt again. His depression is not a random character trait. It is a logical response from a sensitive, idealistic kid who watched the world fail its own promises. In the next section, we're going to look at how he tries to live with that pain, and what his coping strategies reveal about growing up in a town that never really grows up with him. Coping the Marsh way: alcohol, avoidance, and dark humor. When we watch Stan try to live with that pain, the story begins with a kid who still believes problems can be fixed if someone just stands up and says the right thing. In the early seasons, his coping is active. He calls out adults, defends animals, breaks up with Wendy on principle, and keeps pushing for the world to make sense. His instinct is to engage. He argues, he protests, he cries in front of his friends. For a while, that works well enough. Long before the everything is shit era, we can see that strategy wearing thin. Each failed protest, each dead animal, each time Randy turns a heartfelt moment into chaos, chips away at Stan's faith that speaking up changes anything. By season 15, in this video's timeline, that erosion finally becomes visible. You're Getting Old takes his internal collapse and turns it into sound design. Music and people's voices literally become distorted shit noises. The comedy is blunt, but the metaphor is careful. When every song sounds the same, what is there to hold on to? This is also where alcohol moves from background detail to coping mechanism. In that episode, Stan drinks to tolerate his parents fighting, to get through birthday parties, to stay in the room with a world that now feels unrecognizable. On screen, the image of a 10-year-old with a beer is played as an uncomfortable joke, the kind of low-budget student film gag that somehow wandered into a long-running series. Symbolically, it gives you a sense of self-medication. He is numbing, blurring the edges, trying to make an unbearable reality feel just manageable enough to endure. At the same time, his behavior turns outwardly hostile. He lashes out at Kyle, uses sarcasm as a shield, and pushes people away before they can reject him. Calling everything shit becomes emotional armor. If nothing matters, then nothing can disappoint him, but nothing can delight him either. We see a short, bleak formula: less vulnerability, more distance, and almost no real comfort. As the timeline moves into the specials and future episodes, that pattern hardens into avoidance. Adult Stan leaves South Park, cuts contact with his family, and keeps the boys at arm's length, rather than risk reopening old wounds. Where Randy copes by externalizing his pain into grand projects and narcissistic schemes, Stan internalizes his. Randy creates Tegrity Farms. Stan creates empty space. Randy turns feelings into spectacle. Stan turns them inward into self-blame, withdrawal, and quiet self-destruction. There are brief, fragile exceptions. He does try therapy. He occasionally talks honestly with Kyle. In Asperger's, once the fake diagnosis and fast food conspiracy clear, there are moments where he names his sadness instead of running from it. These are healthier coping attempts, but the support around him is inconsistent. The town is unstable, and his parents' marriage keeps collapsing in new ways. How sustainable can growth be when the ground never stops moving? In the end, Stan's coping methods feel tragically understandable rather than simply wrong. They show what happens when a sensitive kid grows up without reliable models for emotional regulation, and when comedy becomes the only language anyone seems fluent in. In the next section, we're going to look at the rare times the show lets him move beyond alcohol, avoidance, and dark humor, and what those moments suggest about how healing might actually work for him. What actually helps? Stan. Tiny moments of real connection. When we zoom back out from the chaos, Stan's story begins to look less like a straight line into darkness and more like a jagged pattern of collapse and repair. The depression arc is heavy, but it is not hopeless. And in this video, we're going to sit with the tiny moments where the show quietly lets him be held instead of just broken. Long before the "everything sounds like shit" sound design of "You're Getting Old," we see the outline of this in his friendship with Kyle. When Stan is spiraling into cynicism, Kyle does not become a flawless savior. He becomes the kid who still bothers to argue. In Raisins, when Stan is devastated about Wendy, Kyle listens to him rant, challenges the idea that all girls are awful, and stays present even when Stan is pushing everyone away. The comedy is still there, but the fact that Kyle keeps showing up gives you a sense of why Stan never becomes purely tragic. Those beats repeat later. In Asperger's, when Stan retreats into alcohol and paranoia, Kyle's frustration is real, yet the door never fully closes. By the time we reach the future timeline specials, the pattern has matured. An adult Kyle and adult Stan have gone decades without speaking, but when they finally sit across from each other again, the scene slows down. They apologize. They name how much they hurt one another. The kids who once argued on playgrounds now model a version of friendship where conflict does not erase care. Around the edges, Sharon is doing her own quiet work. The show began with Randy as broad comic chaos, but Sharon is often the one who says, very plainly, that what is happening is messed up. In You're Getting Old, when Randy's midlife crisis tears the family apart, Sharon validates Stan's sense that everything is changing too fast. She calls out Randy's behavior instead of gaslighting her son into thinking he is overreacting. The animation is still simple, the town is still absurd, yet those short exchanges between mother and son carry a different weight. We also see Stan himself develop flashes of self-awareness. He admits he is not okay. He recognizes that he is pushing people away, and he wonders whether his everything is shit worldview can really explain every experience he is having. These are not grand therapy breakthroughs. They are small pauses in the usual rhythm of insults and explosions, with nothing more than a kid saying out loud that something is wrong. The future timeline reconciliation pushes this further. When Stan returns to South Park, confronts Randy about integrity, and walks through the literal and emotional wreckage of his childhood home, the story shifts from pure escape to integration. He is not cured. The pain with his father does not vanish, but choosing to come back and to reconnect with his past and with Kyle is framed as a decision to stop running and to stop passing his pain forward. In a series built on rapid-fire satire, these quieter emotional beats stand out on purpose. They model healthier dynamics in miniature, honest conversations, mutual apologies, and the idea that hurt people can still choose not to hurt others. Stan's life does not offer a neat cure for depression. Instead, it suggests that small, consistent moments of being seen and understood can slowly bend the trajectory of someone who has been hurting for a long time. In the next section, we're going to watch how the later seasons and specials weave those fragile connections into the broader evolution of South Park's world. Questions. What Stan's depression is and isn't. Saying about growing up. When we pull back from the individual episodes and specials, Stan's depression stops feeling like a one-off sad season and starts to read as the show's clearest statement about what happens when a kid's idealism collides with a relentlessly absurd world. The story begins with a boy who wants to save whales, trust his parents, and believe that adults roughly know what they're doing, and it gradually shows what happens when that faith is worn down, scene by scene. In this video, we're going to see that the message is not simply growing up is misery. Instead, Stan's arc keeps circling a quieter idea. Growing up means realizing that the world is deeply flawed, that institutions fail, that parents separate, and that heroes drink too much, and then deciding what to do with that knowledge. The animation may be flat and the comedy broad, but the emotional question underneath is surprisingly direct. Once everything starts to sound like shit, what parts of life still matter enough to hear clearly? Long before season 15, Stan had already been positioned as the moral center among the kids. He was the one who cried over animal cruelty, who tried to help when adults panicked, who pushed back when Cartman crossed a line. That history gives you a sense of why his later bitterness is framed as a symptom of pain, rather than his true personality. The show had already created an empathetic, curious, morally driven child. You're Getting Old simply shows what happens when that same child can no longer reconcile what he believes with what he keeps seeing. There is a common misconception that Stan just turns into a cynical, unlikable character. On the surface, the evidence is there. He drinks alone, snaps at his friends, and retreats into numbness, while Randy escalates into ever-stranger midlife projects. But the framing matters. The distorted shit sound design, the collapsing marriage, and the failed attempts at connection all underline that his hostility is defensive. The core kid who once reached out to Wendy or tried to reason with adults is still there, buried under exhaustion. The show also uses Stan to stand in for a certain kind of viewer, Many people began watching South Park as kids, laughing at the chaos, with nothing more than a sense that taboo jokes were funny. Over time, headlines, politics, and personal losses started to mirror the town's disasters. The same stories that once felt like wild exaggerations now feel uncomfortably close to home. Stan's shift from laughing at the madness to feeling crushed by it mirrors that audience journey almost beat for beat. By contrasting Stan with Cartman and Randy, the series quietly sketches out different survival strategies. Cartman embraces selfishness as a shield, turning every crisis into an opportunity for cruelty. Randy escapes into delusion, chasing fads and schemes instead of facing his emptiness. Stan cannot fully detach from his sense of right and wrong, and that makes him more vulnerable to despair. His depression is the cost of caring in a world that keeps rewarding those who do not. Crucially, the narrative never offers a magical cure. Therapy is played for comedy. The Asperger's twist undercuts easy answers, and even in the future specials, Stan's disillusionment lingers. The show normalizes the idea that feeling numb, out of sync, or quietly broken is a real part of many lives, especially in adolescence and early adulthood. At the same time, it suggests that the work of growing up is not about erasing the everything is shit feeling, but about integrating it with the reality that there are still people, moments, and values worth showing up for. In the next section, we're going to turn that lens back on the audience and ask why Stan's depression feels so familiar to so many watching his story unfold. Why Stan hits so close to home for so many of us. When we turn that lens back on the audience, Stan begins to feel less like a cartoon character and more like a mirror that has been sitting in the background for years, long before the show leaned fully into serialization and long-term fallout. Many viewers had already grown up alongside him, laughing at the chaos, and then slowly noticing that the chaos on screen was starting to resemble the news, their workplaces, and their own homes. In this video, we're going to see that the story begins with something very simple. A fairly normal kid in a town where everything is exaggerated. At first, the absurd politics, the screaming media figures, and the parents behaving badly are just fuel for comedy. The kids react, the adults overreact, and the episode resets. But as seasons roll on, that exaggerated world starts to track eerily well with real headlines, real culture wars, and a real sense of burnout that creeps in when every week feels like a new crisis. For many people, there is a personal version of "you're getting old." It might not involve hearing all music as distorted shit noises, but there is a moment when the songs that once felt exciting suddenly feel exhausting, when trends feel hollow, and when old hobbies that used to bring joy now feel like obligations. Who hasn't had a day where everything at work, at school, or online feels grey, repetitive, and strangely empty? Stan's everything is shit worldview is heightened for comedy, yet it gives you a sense of how depressive thinking often works in late teens and 20s. The gap between childhood expectations and adult reality becomes impossible to ignore. The world that was supposed to be full of adventure instead looks petty, cruel, and strangely bureaucratic. The show exaggerates this with farting blockbusters and cynical reboots, but the underlying feeling is familiar. If everything is compromised, what is worth caring about? At home, his family dynamic lands in a way many viewers would later recall, with an uncomfortable nod. There is Randy, chaotic and self-absorbed, turning every new obsession into a full-scale project. There is Sharon, trying to keep the house, the marriage, and the kids' sanity intact. And there is Stan in the middle, forced to become the emotional adult before he is ready. How many people grew up with one parent off chasing their own drama, while the other quietly held the structure together? What makes Stan's depression especially recognizable is that it does not come from one dramatic origin story. There is no single villain, no single night that explains everything. Instead, it is the slow accumulation of small betrayals, disappointments, and land exposures to cruelty. A whale shot to the moon, animals hurt for no reason, friends drifting away, parents separating, institutions failing in increasingly absurd ways. This is how many real mental health stories are created, with nothing more than ordinary pain piling up over time. The series also resists the easy sitcom reset. Stan does not simply bounce back the next week with a cheerful lesson learned. His disillusionment lingers through seasons, specials, and future timelines, into the pandemic era and beyond. That long memory makes his arc feel strangely honest. And for some viewers, watching him still find flashes of connection, humor, and meaning inside that mess is quietly comforting. It suggests that even when the jokes, the chaos, and the continuity charts fade out, there is a simple takeaway waiting. And in the next section, we're going to trace exactly what that is. The big takeaways. What Stan's story leaves us with. So if we pull back from all the continuity charts and specials, the story begins to look very simple. Stan Marsh is a sensitive kid in a chaotic town, trying to be decent while everything around him keeps getting louder, dumber, and more cruel. Long before the "everything sounds like shit" montage, he was already the one quietly asking why the whale had to die, why adults were lying, why the town kept repeating the same mistakes. When we trace his life in this video, the pattern becomes clear. Early on, he is the moral center of the kids, with a messy but basically intact home. Sharon trying to keep order, Randy turning every minor issue into a full-blown project, Shelley looming in the background. Then the traumas accumulate. Animal cruelty, pointless deaths, the whale on the moon, adults chasing every fad while ignoring real problems. By season 15, that slow drip has worn through the floor, and Stan hits the point where music, friends, even his parents' voices collapse into that distorted shit sound design. His depression, when we boil it down, rests on a few core ideas. He stops believing adults or institutions can be trusted. He feels alone even when he is standing in a crowded hallway or sitting at the lunch table. And he starts to believe that nothing will really change, that South Park will always reset, that his parents will always find a new way to implode the family. The breakup with Wendy, the drifting from Kyle, and the separation of Randy and Sharon all feed that sense that stability is a temporary illusion. The ways he copes are portrayed as understandable, but not heroic. Drinking alone in his room, leaning into avoidance, weaponizing cynicism so he can say everything is shit before anything has a chance to hurt him again. The show treats these as believable defenses, the kind of things many viewers would later recall from their own adolescence. But it also shows how they isolate him further. Every time he pushes people away, the world seems to confirm his worst expectations. At the same time, there is a counterweight. Moments where Kyle still reaches through the static, where Sharon refuses to give up on him, where even Randy, between tequila shots and weed branding, stumbles into genuine concern. Stan also has flashes of honesty and self-awareness, admitting that he is not okay, that the problem is not just everyone else, and those scenes give us a sense of why he never disappears entirely into the everything is shit mindset. The larger lessons are quiet but pointed. Depression can grow from 1,000 small cuts, not just one dramatic event. Being the mature or moral one in a dysfunctional environment is its own exhausting role. And when we follow him into the pandemic specials and future timelines, we see that leaving home does not automatically leave trauma behind. It just changes the scenery. Across all of this, the show never fully glamorizes or trivializes his depression. The comedy and exaggeration make it watchable, with nothing more than cardboard flat animation at times. But the emotional core stays surprisingly serious. The message underneath is that it is understandable if the world feels broken and heavy, and what matters is not pretending it is fine, and also not giving up on the small, imperfect connections that make staying in it bearable. In the next section, we're going to turn that outward and reflect on what Stan's story might mean for our own relationship with South Park and with mental health in general. If you see yourself in Stan, a quiet reality, check up to this point. We've been talking about Stan as a character in a story, but for a lot of people watching, Stan is not just a character. He's a mirror. The numbness, the low-grade anger, the sense that everything is getting worse, and every song, every voice, every joke just turns into noise. That can feel uncomfortably familiar. When you're getting old, shift the sound design so that music and conversations collapse into distorted shit sounds, and it is a comedy beat on paper. But in practice, it gives you a sense of what depression can feel like from the inside. The world does not stop. The town is still colorful. The kids still go to school. The adults still panic about whatever headline is in front of them this week. Only the meaning drains out, and what is left is static. In this video, we're going to treat that reaction as something understandable rather than embarrassing. Relating to a fictional kid in a cartoon town does not mean anything is wrong in some dramatic, cinematic way. It usually means the writers managed to pin down a very real experience. How hard it can be to stay hopeful when the world feels messy, loud, and slightly off-kilter all the time. There is an important difference, though. Stan is trapped in a looping world. The story begins again every week, and seasons reset, running jokes return, and even the most serious breakdown can be walked back by the next episode because the format demands it. Real life does not work with nothing more than a 22-minute reset button. That can sound frightening, but it is also the good news. Outside South Park, there are options, resources, and timelines that do not have to snap back to status quo. One quiet way to notice this is to pay attention to personal, everything sounds like shit moments. Has there been a slow loss of interest in things that once felt exciting? Have conversations with friends started to sound distant, as if they are happening in another room? When Stan pulls away from Kyle, from Wendy, from the town itself, the show is exaggerating something many people would later recall in their own words as, "I just stopped showing up." In those stretches, isolation looks safe. Stan drinking alone in his room or hiding behind sarcasm seems controlled compared to the chaos outside. But every time he does that, his world gets smaller, not safer. The same pattern plays out across the specials, where adult Stan keeps distance from South Park and from Randy, only to find that nothing actually heals in that space. Reaching out is not about fixing everything or becoming happy all the time. It is about having more tools than just numbing out, joking it away, or burning everything down when it gets too heavy. That can mean talking to a friend, a family member, a therapist, or even a late-night support line. The form matters less than the fact that someone else is allowed into the frame. Even in South Park, Progress usually appears in the rare moments when the characters drop the bit, admit what they are feeling, and let someone else hear it. The comedy stays, but something shifts. In the final section, we're going to pull back from the timeline one last time, say goodbye to this version of Stan's life, and ask what it means that so many people fell asleep and woke up with his story in the background. Closing the timeline. Why Stan's story sticks with us. When we pull back now, at the end of this long timeline, the story begins to feel smaller and bigger at the same time. Smaller because it is just one kid in one town. Bigger because Stan's quiet collapse ends up holding so many of the fears that stay with people long after the comedy ends. In this video, we've gone all the way from Stan as the everyman kid, running around with Kyle, Cartman and Kenny, through the early days when he was simply the normal one reacting to chaos. We watched the whale on the moon, the animal cruelty plots, and the steady parade of deaths and disasters that would chip away at his trust in adults. We followed him through the breakup with Wendy, the drifting friendships, and then into season 15, where everything finally sounded like static and shit. From there, we moved into the Paramount Plus specials and those future timelines, where the tired 10-year-old became a distant adult still trying to outrun South Park. Across all of that, Stan's depression arc stands out in the show's entire history because it slows everything down. The animation is the same, the voices are the same, the town is still ridiculous, but the pacing changes, and the project that began as a fast cut-out shock machine suddenly pauses and asks what this constant chaos would actually do to a real person. The result gives you a sense of weight that lingers in a way most one-off parodies never do. The humor never disappears. We still see exaggerated therapy, fake Asperger's, and Randy turning a midlife crisis into a full agricultural brand. The comedy is broad, and the situations are absurd, but the emotional beats land because they echo real worries about growing up. Who hasn't felt the moment when music stops sounding magical? Who hasn't watched parents fall apart or institutions fail and wondered if the world was always broken and the kids just did not notice? The main takeaway is simple. No one has to be as far gone as Stan, at his lowest before taking feelings seriously, and there is no need to wait until every song turns to noise, every weekend turns to drinking alone, or every conversation turns into background static before reaching for connection or support. Progress usually starts much earlier, with nothing more than a small, honest conversation. It also helps to notice the people around us who might be the Stan of the group. The friend who seems tired all the time, the one who laughs less at the same jokes, or drifts to the edge of the frame. Instead of assuming they are just being negative, there is value in checking in being the person who asks one more question and listens one moment longer. For many viewers, this story is tied to their own timeline with the show. Some first saw You're Getting Old as kids and treated it as another strange two-parter. Others came back years later and realized that the montage of everything turning brown felt uncomfortably familiar. How has that reaction changed over time? Which scenes hit differently now that the world outside the screen has become more complicated too? So as we close this timeline, we're going to leave a clear path forward. If this breakdown felt helpful or comforting, there are more deep dive timelines and character studies waiting, more chances to see how these animated kids carry heavier themes than their designs suggest. Sharing this video with someone who knows every episode by heart, or revisiting You're Getting Old, Asperger's, and the pandemic specials with this new lens, can turn a late-night rewatch into a quiet reflection. And finally, we return to that image of Stan on the couch and watching the world go by on an old television. He is still in South Park, caught in a loop of seasons and specials, growing up and starting over each time the credits roll. The animation was crude at the beginning, the production values were minimal, and everything about it screamed student project made on a small budget, but the feelings it captured stayed. When this video ends, Stan will still be there, waiting for the next episode. The difference is that everyone watching has a chance to decide what happens in their own next scene, long before everything starts to sound wrong.